Connect.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the HabsChronicle edition of Trade Center. I'm your host, Alex Mano. I'm joined by one of our writers at HabsChronicle, James Kieran's.
Hello.
Today, we're going
Hello.
to be recap. Today, we're going to be recapping this past week's activities revolving trades, and we're going to be analyzing the ones that happened throughout the day. So, we're going to be looking at mostly the Montreal Canadiens and what they should do and what they've already done. But we're going to be looking at the other teams in the league too. So, there has been only one trade that happened today, and it's been very minor at that. It's a very promising player, actually. This summer was signed by Pittsburgh. Sergei Plotnikov was traded to the Arizona Coyotes, and it's kind of a disappointment, I think, because this player he kind of had like the role of coming in and being that winger for Evgeny Malkin on the second line, and it just never panned out. Only 2 points on the year.
Yeah, I imagine what they were aiming for. They were trying to get like an Artemi Panarin situation, kind of like with Patrick Kane. Think he'd get like 30, 40 points. Didn't really pan out. Only 2 points. I did see his shooting percentage awfully low. He's terrible luck. Decent possession player. But the second that he mentioned, hey, I'm not getting enough playing time, if you don't give me playing time, I might head back to the KHL. Jim Rutherford benched his ass, quite simply, and yeah, you're not going to hear much from him since. So he's pretty much on the trading block. He was not going to go back on the ice for that team after that.
And from what I remember, there was a game early on in the season. Montreal had played Pittsburgh, and from what I remember, he had taken a really bad penalty at some point, and it immediately started moving him down the lineup to the point that he was benched that game, because
Uh,
he did start with Evgeny Malkin, and if I remember at that time, the other winger was Phil Kessel, so he had good company, and he had like a very good opportunity to produce, and it just didn't happen, and they just kept dragging him down and down the lineup till the point that he
Kind of
was healthy
like a
scratch,
Michelle Therrien effect,
like a Michel Therrien
and
effect.
ends up in the doghouse after not too long.
Remind you of Alex Semin.
Reminds me of a lot of people, way too many people, in fact. But yeah, Alex Salmon would be the first.
So
Oh yeah, by the way, I'd like to point out, still not over that. It's going to be years. If you want to send me an Alexander Semin jersey, I would be very appreciative. I'm considering, you know, we all think, if I won the lottery, what would I do with it? My plan A, amongst other things, I want to start a jersey, a collection of jerseys, martyrs of the analytics movement. So I'm thinking Parento jersey, Semin jersey, Sakatch jersey, and I think the crown jewel for me, Diaz jersey. I really, now you laugh, but oh my god, so much, so much internal screaming because of those players.
But I mean, a guy like Rafael Diaz was given multiple chances on other teams as well. He never seized the opportunity and ran away with it. He played decent the first few games after being traded to the Canucks. Never really found a spot in New York. Didn't find a spot in Calgary. Had a second chance in New York, and it just I
See,
guess he never found there was never that connection with the coach that really gave him that opportunity to flourish.
I see that more as an opportunity. The universe is giving me an opportunity to humble myself and swallow my pride, and I refuse. It goes from being Michelle Therrien, not able to evaluate Rafael Diaz, to multiple coaches, including I think it was Alain Vigneault that had him in Vancouver at the time, and then Alain Vigneault later in New York too, right? Was it the same
I
coach?
believe it was John Tortorella that had him in
'Cause they
Vancouver,
switched. Yeah, they switched spots,
and then
and then
Levinho had him in New
and
York.
he was in Calgary. Like he's always had good possession numbers. I figure you could probably sign him for a couple $1 million, especially right now. You probably get him like a league minimum practically. He would beg to come back to the NHL. He's probably gonna end up in Switzerland, I think. He's an excellent bottom six guy. To me, I look at him. He's strong defensively, won't bring offense.
And I think that, especially this season, there's a lot of teams that are looking for that depth on defense. Those 6 to 7 guys, those
Yeah.
guys that could fill in case of an injury in playoffs. And I think that, if you're not looking for a Chris Russell or a Dan Hamhuis, guys like Rafael Diaz and guys, like the Chicago Blackhawks and LA Kings did, a Rob Scuderi for Christian Ehrhoff trade, these guys that could fill in occasionally, those guys are what's missing right now.
Yeah, like how Washington went out and got Mike Weber.
Mike Weber, yeah.
Yeah, there are a few teams in the league. Florida also went out and they got Jakob Kindle for lower round pick, right? They got either a fifth, sixth, seventh, something real cheap. I look at teams like that and I say, hey, there's a guy. He's in the AHL. He's about to give up on North American hockey. Maybe you go get him for really, really cheap.
Especially knowing he has Diaz's case has some playoff experience, as well as having a good amount of NHL career games. So we have a question here from Chuck the Nugget. What is Bergevin's biggest mistake as a GM so far?
Oh, you asked the right person. Oh, you also flustered me because they're just okay.
Actually, if you let me answer it first,
Okay, fine. We'll get to the good part. Fine.
I wouldn't say it's his biggest mistake. It's what he hasn't done, because since he's gotten here in 2012, we had our needs from the start. Our needs were there. They were the same back then than they are now. We were missing a top 6 center, preferably a first line center.
Yeah.
We were missing a top 6 right winger.
Yeah, we are still missing one, yeah.
Here we are, 2015, 2016. We're not in a playoff spot, and we're all still thinking, when is he going to move and try to acquire something that could help us in that particular role? Because we've been lacking in the same domain for the past 3 seasons.
I mean, to be fair, people say we need a first-line center. We need a first-line center. They repeat it like it's dogma. We have Alex Galchenyuk. He's not a first-line center yet. He will be if you play him in the spot. Currently, he produces like a second liner. That's the type of role. You put him in that place, he'll grow into it. And I figure we have David Desharnais, Thomas Plekanec, Lars Eller. They can fill out those 2-3 roles. Maybe you play one of them on the wing. I'd prefer trading Plekanec so you get value for him. Then you have Eller, Desharnais as your 2-3 punch. In aggregate, they make up for the loss of Plekanec, and you have Alex Galchenyuk. He grows into that role as a first-line center. He's a 3rd overall pick. I feel like that problem is already solved. You've already spent all your value on that. As far as the top 6 right winger, Brendan Gallagher, very underrated, but yeah, we have Sven Andrighetto playing in that spot.
And not a knock on Andrighetto. I think he's a very good player. He's very talented. You could see it every game. He brings an aspect of speed. He brings skill. He has a good shot. But I like him. I don't think that's the long-term solution for us.
He's a prospect. He's a long-term solution in the idea that 5 years from now he'll be great. Right now, it's still visible. He's an AHL call-up doing his best.
Yeah, and he's been one of the more impressive call-ups we've had in recent years. Him along with Daniel Carr.
Daniel Carr, I'm very fond of. Yeah,
they've had very good games, and we're not used to having those players who back then were called up from the Hamilton Bulldogs have that kind of success. I mean, I remember we used to call up players like Gabriel Dumont. We used to call up Louis Leblanc, Ben Maxwell. And, all these players that we'd call up...
And given the fact that I don't recognize any of those names very easily anymore, so...
Well, those names never came up and really produced.
Yeah.
Although they were never really given a chance, being plugged straight into the 4th line for a minimal amount of games before being shipped back down, they never really left a lasting impact like Daniel Carr did.
Yeah.
Daniel Carr did not get called up, immediately plugged onto a first line and produced. He came in a depth role, flourished in that depth role, and then started working his way up the lineup till he got hurt. But he did bring like a similar to a Brendan Gallagher type of game, and I think that really did him some good, and it really made it so that Montreal really keeps an eye out for him next season, for him to start the season as a regular.
Yeah, out 3 months starting. Okay, out 3 months starting January 26th. Yeah, he's gone. Okay, that's great. Now, okay, back to the point you mentioned about Bergevin never found a real top six right winger. I will go back to my point about wanting a Parento jersey. He's not a great option, but he was top six. I do think that he was filling out that role well enough. He wasn't scoring all that much, but I do see that more as bad luck on his part. And that if Michel Therrien hadn't decided to bench him in favor of Devontae Smith-Pelly in the playoffs, which is incomprehensible to me and makes me reach for a dozen or so different profanities at once. Oh my god, he could have been great. Sakach also, I think, could have been given a better due. Bergevin never found a foolproof solution, but he has been, throwing stuff at the wall to see if it sticks.
But one thing I did notice with Bergevin, and this I personally think is a reason why guys like Smith Pelly play as much. Bergevin doesn't like to admit mistakes. Nobody really likes to admit mistakes, but
Yeah.
there's some mistakes that happen that are just fairly obvious. They're just, you could tell from the start that there isn't going to be anything that could benefit from it. And the day that the Yuri Sakach for Devontae Smith-Pelly trade was made, I don't think there was one person in Montreal that said, you know what? Wow, what a trade. This is what we need.
Well, I do think there are some people that liked it a bit.
I think the people that
I
watched the games early on in the season and were able to see the way Sakach played,
Yeah.
thought there was definitely a lot more potential in that kind of player than Devontae Smith-Pelly.
Yeah, he was producing the same as Smith Pelly, but he played a skill game, whereas Smith Pelly basically skates and maneuvers like a cinder block, and that is a strength. But much beyond that, he doesn't have hands. He can't skate. Can't shoot. Horrible possession, horrible scoring. I don't see any benefit or upside to the player. And I find it funny that people are saying, oh, maybe they'll try to put him on the trading block. They'll get something for him at the deadline. If they get a seventh, I would be pretty satisfied with that trade.
And, they were high on the fact that coming into this season, he had lost weight. He had lost weight to improve his speed and to improve his effectiveness. But I noticed that speed was there to start off the season, but slowly but surely he just looked like the exact same player we had last season, who just didn't really have an impact on the game whatsoever. We got him to hit. Like, let's just throw that out there. We got him to hit.
Yeah,
We
no, we
needed a
did.
physical presence on the fourth line.
I hate that philosophy, but we did.
We did. I don't think that's what you need to win. I personally
No.
don't think hitting wins cups.
No.
Maybe it kind of did for the LA Kings, but lately
Didn't for the Blackhawks.
it didn't for the Blackhawks. Now, you could argue that LA had players that, besides being able to hit, knew how to play hockey properly. I mean, we're talking guys like Dwight King. We're talking guys like Jordan Nolan, guys like Kyle Clifford. These are players that, besides bringing a physical presence to the game, know how to play. And they know how to fill in, very temporary roles on top six lines. I mean, we look at Dwight King. Dwight King has played games with Kopitar, has played games with Carter, and the same applies for guys like Kyle Clifford. I'm not sure if it was the last Stanley Cup win or the one before that, but from what I remember, Kyle Clifford had a really prominent role on the team in both senses, physically and offensively.
Okay, so
Now, Devontae Smith-Pelly, I can't see him. I don't see him as a fit here, and I don't think a team like even LA would see him as a fit, even though he kind of fits that mold of physicality. I don't see it.
I did want some, for those who are familiar with Warrior charts, basically it's some comprehensive evaluation of the guys scoring goals, assists, possession. John Scott more or less has the same or slightly better defensive impact than Devontae Smith-Pelly does.
But now you take that into a Montreal kind of system. John Scott doesn't fit for obvious reasons.
He doesn't fit anywhere, but
He doesn't fit anywhere, but specifically in Montreal, I mean, that we focus so much on speed.
Yeah.
We don't have any speed with John Scott.
No, I mean, but my point is, like, that's the bar, and he can't even meet the John Scott bar. That it's painful to watch. So anyway, I think we segued into that. Yes, catch for Smith Pelly trade. Not a fan of that one for
at all.
Bergevin. To me, the biggest blunder or like mistake by omission, standing up for Michel Therrien on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of last season, I remember there was a press conference and they said, okay, going forward, what do you think about Michel Therrien? I mean, you just got almost swept in the playoffs. It was a bit of a rocky series, kind of got outcoached. What's your confidence level in Michel Therrien? And he actually acted annoyed that he'd been asked the question, like, how dare you insult
He
my
was
friend?
almost insulted by that. It's almost as if people were insulting his decision to keep him,
Yeah.
which, I mean, logically, any team that, maybe not after last season, but going through this season, going through what you're going through, no matter how you twist and how you turn, the blame will be put on the coach.
No, yeah,
Any team would put the blame on the coach at some
easiest
point.
first person to get fired or traded. Well,
Exactly.
traded.
It's the easiest person to pick on.
Yeah.
Now, we haven't picked on him for 2 seasons as much as we have now,
No.
but we have a reason to do it now.
Yeah.
And they're reasons that are clearly visible from game to game, whether it's on the ice or it's press conferences after the game. There's something wrong. When a coach can't come out and tell you a reason why his team lost, or even after a loss, all he could come out and say was, the effort was there. We outshot them, their goalie was hot. You know, we made one mistake and it cost us the game.
I'm receptive to that kind of argument, but even after a while, for me, that wears thin. And also the idea that of a coach being told, well, no, telling the media rather, I don't really have a solution. It's just, we're just waiting for the bounces. That reminds me very specifically of one particular coach who the only coach in recent memory I consider to be more frustrating, Randy Carlyle. And I don't think that's somebody you want to model yourself after. He was he was a tire fire in the last 2 years for the Leafs. And it took them 2 extra years to fire him. And everybody was screaming, "Oh, it's on the players. They have to be accountable. We're gonna hold them accountable. They have to play better." And Randy Carlyle would go out in front of the media and say, I don't know. It's team's bad. I mean, yeah, it is. You're right. Good call."
And from recent memory, when Montreal's head coach was Guy Carbonneau was also put in a spot where he was asked, can you describe the team's struggles and the reason why the wins aren't coming as much as they were before, to which, if I remember correctly, he answered, I don't know. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know. So when your head coach doesn't know,
I just find it so funny when
you
we
have
say
to make a move. Michel Therrien is not directly saying, I don't know, but he does not know.
He sure
what's
as hell
going
isn't
on.
offering suggestions when the power play has been bad for 3 years.
And you could maybe put the struggle of the power play on the special teams coaches, because in the past, I mean, when we had Kirk Muller, when we had Gerard Gallant, those were players' coaches. Those were coaches that the players responded to not only on the ice as players, but you knew that behind the scenes, really, they were friends, and they were good friends. That translates to on the ice. Now, with, Jean-Jacques Daigneault and Dan Lacroix, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing this power play. And we got Dan Lacroix. It was from the New York Rangers. We got him for this. And we even went to the point of hiring Craig Ramsey as a consultant. And it's 2 years now that this power play has been identical. It has looked the same. The strategy to try to score has been the same since.
Yeah.
And it just looks like there's no change that's about to happen.
Well, essentially, it's a 1-3-1 setup. Occasionally, one of the defensemen will then go back to the point, so you have 2 men at the point. Plan A, Subban takes a semi one-timer, which isn't really getting the goalie moving. And then plan B, if you really want to confuse them, you hand it off to Markov instead.
And at some point you have to have that movement. You have
Yeah.
to have your three forwards have to be causing some kind of distraction, say, to be able to put the puck somewhere else besides the point. Because I say the Washington Capitals, they're the best power play in the
Obviously, yeah,
NHL.
by far.
We know that Ovechkin is the key.
Yeah.
Right at that face-off circle, we know he's waiting up there for that one-timer.
Yeah, sometimes waiting without even his knees bent.
Not even moving.
He looks like a tourist on the play.
Exactly. But the thing is, if the puck is not going to Ovechkin, the Washington Capitals power play is not finished. There is good movement going on. There's Backstrom, there's Johansson, there's Carlson, there's Oshie. There's players on the ice that are making stuff happen even when Ovechkin is being shut down, which is very rare. The movement, and I look at Washington in particular, specifically below the goal line. Like when Backstrom is along the boards and say Johansson is behind the goal line, they have great movement to be able to free up the guy in the middle, in the slot. And that guy always finds a way to put that puck in, even through sticks, through everything. So I could understand maybe Montreal doesn't have an Ovechkin, doesn't have a Backstrom.
No, not quite, no.
But at some point, if you're not going to go out and get yourself that player that we need now that's been for 3 seasons,
You adapt to a new system.
you have to adapt. You have to change something. And it's funny because before this losing streak started in early December, I remember Michel Therrien was asked, how do you adapt to the other team, going into the second period? And if I remember, he answered back saying, it's not our job to adapt to them, it's their job to adapt to us. And I feel as though ever since he said that, the whole season went downhill. I think teams adapted way too well to us.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's an attempt to change something besides line juggling. But, I mean, we've all come to understand his line juggling makes no sense.
It's more or less panicky, although he does have the remarkable ability to get stuck on bad ideas.
Which,
like Desharnais at center continuously with Galchenyuk on the wing or Pacioretty on his wing.
and his explanation for that doesn't work either
It
because,
says they have chemistry.
well, no, they were saying for Galchenyuk,
Well, I was
because
talking more about
Galchenyuk-
Pacioretty, yeah.
Galchenyuk had the option of playing Galchenyuk either with Eller or with Desharnais, and he chose to play him with Desharnais for the fact that Desharnais supposedly is better and more responsible defensively than Lars Eller.
Lars Eller,
And
that's
quite frankly,
tough
that's
sell.
a statement that I don't know where he came up with that. I wouldn't find you one scout in the NHL that would tell you, you know what, he's right about that. Because that assessment, I don't know what it's based off of.
I'm a fan of unpopular opinions, but that one's a bit hard to back up.
It's very hard to back up because from what I watch, when I watch the games, there's typically that one line that's always hemmed into their own end. Regardless of who the wingers are, I tend to notice it's the Desharnais line. Whenever Desharnais is on the ice, regardless of the wingers, whether it's Galchenyuk, Pacioretty, Andrighetto, even the better defensive players, they find a way to get hemmed in there. And more times than not, it results in a goal. And you could tell because the plus minus of, take a player like Pacioretty, for instance, who's been playing with Desharnais for a while. Well,
Yeah.
before he got injured, he was basically glued to him by the hip.
Yeah.
Pacioretty, who was one of the better plus players in the league to start off, went on an incredible run where he was a minus every game. And not a -1. I'm talking he was like more than one, -2, -3. So I don't know where he sees certain things, but at some point, the general manager has to look down and say, you know what,
Give me a solution to
do
get out.
something good.
I mean, you're the head coach. You're supposed to be the problem solver, and you're just stagnating here. So, yeah, I'd say that's the biggest mistake Bergevin's made. He's not getting rid of Michel Therrien. Michel Therrien had a good first season with the team. The lockout shortened season, they were scoring a bunch. The possession was great, and then the roster didn't change much over the course of next season, but they lost the series to Ottawa in 5 games, and it seemed to rattle Michel Therrien because Ottawa they outshot Ottawa and everything, but they got checked on every shift against Ottawa, and it convinced him that he needed to go back to his old style of coaching, more of the style of coaching that got him fired from Pittsburgh. And the team's been relying on Price ever since and hasn't been able to score goals.
And from what I remember, I believe it was that season that we lost to Ottawa. The Ottawa Senators were dealing with a lot of injuries that season. From what I remember, I think that was the season Erik Karlsson suffered
He was just back in time for the playoffs, I think.
Karlsson was back. I think Milan Michalek was injured. Daniel Alfredson, who was still there, was injured. I don't remember exactly if Craig Anderson was injured, but I think
Craig Anderson was in net, and that was the problem.
that was the problem in the playoffs. But during
God.
the season, there was a stretch where Ottawa was dismantled in terms of injuries, and people were giving up. It was over.
I think that was the season where Paul McLean won the Jack Adams.
Yeah,
it's because he had so many injuries.
Exactly, and he was able to propel his team to the playoffs, past the first round. And then, then
he got stomped.
He got stomped by Pittsburgh, but
I do have a problem. He did get carried a lot by Craig Anderson through the regular season as well.
He did. Anderson did have a very good season that year.
Like a 9-3-4 or something like that.
But we could see his flaws. I mean, that season, that playoff series was a coaching matchup.
Yeah, and I think Michel Therrien...
And he lost it by a long shot.
Paul McLean?
No, Michel Therrien.
In Ottawa. I see that he won it.
I don't think he won it at all because...
They outshot Ottawa by almost a factor of 2-1.
But you see, this comes back to what's going on now. We went a very long stretch in this losing, period, where we outshot the teams by a lot. I mean, there was games we had 40 shots, 45, 35. Yeah. Now, you could judge all you want about the quality of those shots, but...
Well, they weren't very good.
They weren't very good, but those shots were there. We're still not able to score. Yeah. Regardless of, the goalie being hot or not. And I find that series was the same thing. We didn't adapt. And it comes back to not last year's playoffs, the ones before, where we were eliminated by the Rangers. Price got hurt. And
there was no plan.
There was no change. Tokarski came in. He played well.
Yeah, he got a league average save percentage. It was admirable for him.
It was very impressive, for a goaltender who was a third string, considering they played him over our actual backup that season.
Yeah.
But there was just no adapting. Carey Price went down. It's done.
Yeah, there was... I more remember that year. I mean, the Ranger series was discouraging because not a lot got done offensively, and he truly did show himself and even outcoached him, dead to rights. The series against Boston, to me, was way worse.
It was.
I like rewatching it just because it is astounding how poorly Montreal played and how well Price had to play,
and especially
to drag them to the next round, kicking and screaming.
And especially in those the last 3 games, from games 5 to 7.
Yeah.
Those games were just signed Carey Price.
Oh yeah.
What would this coach look like if he didn't have this caliber goaltender? What if this coach had just, a normal goaltender? What if he had, for example, a Jimmy Howard in nets? What if he had an Antiniemi? What if he had a Brian Elliott? How would this coach look?
Well, okay, it is funny that you mentioned that because on my Twitter, my pinned tweet, see if I could bring it up so I can know exactly. Okay, I ran the numbers a while ago using expected number of wins given a certain number of goals for, goals against.
Okay.
I found the number of goals that Price would have allowed playing for Montreal last year if he had had an average save percentage. It's about 30 extra goals. That brings Montreal, last season, to about a plus 30 to a minus, to about a 0 or barely minus, plus minus. That gives them an expected number of wins last year of 39.54. They finished the season with 50. Michel Therrien would be out of a job right now without Carey. Not without Carey Price. If Carey Price were just ordinary.
Exactly.
If he were Antiniemi, Jimmy Howard.
And this goes to show you that Carey Price, we're lucky to have a Carey Price.
No, yeah. Rather have him than not.
I just, now let's say we finish this season. This season, we could argue that it's more or less done. The
Okay,
playoffs,
there's not much left to do.
mathematically, it's possible. Realistically,
10% or less.
it's much less than that, and realistically, it's not doable. Can you start next season with Michel Therrien as your head coach?
Oh, I think they will. I don't think they should.
No team would. How do you take a team that's supposedly supposed to be a Stanley Cup contender and just flop completely because your goaltender got hurt? We get it. Carey Price is Carey Price. He's the best goaltender in the league, in the world. We get that.
But he doesn't affect shots for, shots against. He doesn't affect the speed and the pace of play. Doesn't affect the zone entries, zone exits. There's a lot wrong that Carey Price does not affect and shouldn't.
The only thing I could think of that Carey Price affects besides, being a goaltender, when he plays the puck, Carey Price is also most probably the best goaltender at coming out and playing the puck. Like everyone says, he plays as a third defender.
Yeah,
when the other team performs a dump and chase, Carey Price stops the chase. He comes out, plays the puck, and gets rid of it.
Or even in a 3-on-3 overtime earlier this season, the few games he played. I remember one play, Nathan Beaulieu straight up passed it to Carey Price. Just floated it on net. Carey Price just handled it, passed it off to the other defenseman. It was truly like having a 4-on-3. He's just there, he's confident, and he's not even breaking a sweat.
And that's the only thing I could really think of, besides making saves. He plays the puck, which denies a certain kind of zone entry to the other team, which allows us not to be hemmed into our end.
Yeah, well, less. Okay.
So we're heading into we're near noon, and there hasn't been any other trades to announce.
I do think there was one question that was sent to us, if I may find it. Want me to read it?
Would you trade Lars Eller?
Well, yeah, okay, may I give a boring answer? Depends. Obviously, what you get back, I think he's an excellent third liner. Not great on the offensive skill, but does all the grinding stuff well. Pretty solid defensively. I like his cap hit. I want to keep him on the third line. I'd rather trade Thomas Plekanec if possible, because he's expensive, he's overrated. You're going to get more for Plekanec than Eller. Eller's like a mid-value.
I'll argue that.
Yeah. I see Plekanec. You can sell him as a replacement level first line center. People will buy that. Lars Eller, you sell him as a replacement level second line center, and people look at you funny.
And I remember reading this not long ago. There was a Western scout who said Lars Eller would be a defensive center, and a good one at that, on even the best teams in the league. So if a player like Lars Eller would be able to be a shutdown center for a team like Chicago, a team like LA, a team like Washington, how does a guy like Michel Therrien not see this and go with the assumption that Desharnais is the more responsible defensive player?
We're back to that, aren't we?
No, we're not back to that, but it's just, it's a funny thing to mention that you got these people mentioning that, and he just goes by his own rules. That
I am very fond of holding grudges against the coach. There are many players I've not gotten over. We're going to leave those behind, otherwise I could go on about that.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, question from, I'm not 100% sure, but it's from the Twitter. Okay, it's from Louis Thibault. Do you think the Habs might still be trying to land Drouin? If so, what's our odds? I'll let you field it.
No. I don't think they're going to attempt to get him. They have attempted, but I don't think we have the appropriate pieces to move in order to acquire Jonathan Drouin.
Yeah, to be fair, I think there are rumored to be 20 teams looking at him.
It's Jonathan Drouin. The second he was made available, the whole league was looking at him. The return that Steve Yzerman is expecting, I don't think it's realistic for a team like Montreal.
It's rumored to be they're expecting a roster player, a prospect, and a draft pick.
Which I don't think we have that roster player that they would need.
So
You could argue
yeah.
they maybe would want a Plekanec,
Oof.
but a Plekanec, where does a Plekanec fit on their team, cap-wise?
All right. Well, I'll bring it up then. May as well. I think we'd be most willing to trade either a Darnay and an Eller. We'd give a second round pick, and then we'd give Sherbak or McCarron. And that's an awful lot, and I'm not totally comfortable with that. So it's a lot to pay for a guy that we know for sure our coach will despise and never use. Like, if we had Guy Boucher,
Yeah.
that'd be fantastic. We then get Jonathan Drouin. We have him be the second line left wing for years to come, pay a fortune for him. Michel Therrien already can't stand Alex Galchenyuk, and he's already twice the player that Drouin is.
Exactly.
Right now, at the very least.
Well, he has proven something at the NHL level, which Jonathan Drouin has not
Yeah,
done.
he's going to score like 20, 25 goals this year, and Michel Therrien still gags every time he sees him at center.
I just think maybe the hype that surrounded him coming into his draft year and this for Drouin, I think it might have been a bit too much. Because he
was scoring like 100 points in junior. I remember watching it like, wow, this guy's amazing. I can't wait until he joins the Lightning. It's going to be.
But how much of that do you credit to Nathan MacKinnon, who was his teammate?
I do think he continued producing after McKinnon left, though. I pulled that up.
I don't think he was the same. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think he was the same on that.
McKinnon was drafted which year?
I believe Nathan MacKinnon was drafted 3 seasons ago.
It was 2013, I think.
It was 2013. That's right.
And Drouin was 2012? 2012?
From what I remember, Drouin
Okay.
was the same season. Drouin was the 3rd overall pick. I remember because there was the 2 Halifax players.
3rd overall pick in the 2013 draft. 3rd overall in 2013. So he's the same draft. I do think he stayed an extra year while McKinnon did not.
He did.
Yeah, okay. To my point, 2013-2014, Halifax Mooseheads, 46 games played, 108 points. This guy does have a bit of a... He has a pedigree.
He does. There's no doubt about that, and that's the reason why 20-plus teams are looking to acquire him.
Yeah, even with character issues aside. Now, I don't think he's proven himself too much at the NHL level. I think he'd fit in well on a scoring 4th or 3rd line if you're willing to be patient with him. He has gotten a lot of assists playing with guys like Stamkos and the top line guys on Tampa, but for some reason he doesn't take shots and he doesn't score, so I think he needs a bit more grooming. Might not be NHL ready.
The only thing I could see as to why it's not working out for him in Tampa Bay is I believe the relationship he has with his coach, with John Cooper. I don't think it's benefiting him. Maybe a change of scenery would be appropriate for him, and it would help him become, the half the player we're expecting, that player that came out of Halifax, that player we're expecting under a coach that gets the best in him and gives him the right opportunities. I think that's what he needs.
And that's often part of it. I mean, we rag on Michel Therrien a lot for playing favorites, but like any coach in the league, everybody has their own strong opinion about their lineup. So to say that John Cooper doesn't like him, he's entitled to that.
And he is.
But I did do some research earlier on for an article that I wrote, and there is a very compelling reason for him to want to get out of Tampa. And it's that he's not going to get paid there. And I will credit this idea to the Steve Dangle podcast. He brought it up there. But there's a list of players that they need to sign in the next 2 years. Okay, it's Stamkos, Johnson, Palat, Suster, Hedman, Bishop, Marceau, Paquette, Kucherov, and Vasilevsky. Where the hell is he going to get his payday in Tampa? It'll never
come.
It'll never come. So he's got to get out of town.
And to me, this is why I think a player like Steven Stamkos, and this is my personal opinion, I think he's gone at the end of the season. Because now Tampa has the option, do we just lose Steven Stamkos? Or do we keep him and then at some point lose
Drouin,
Johnson, Palat,
and
Kucherov,
else,
Hedman, Bishop, who I personally think Bishop at some point is going to be moved out because Vasilevsky is going to come in. But you have to find some space for these guys. You can't afford to lose 6 players and 6 good players at that.
It's an odd problem to have that they're overflowing with talent. Yeah, I do think they need to get rid of Stamkos.
And this is the only big flaw I see with a salary cap. You have they have shown they have good scouts. They have a good developing program. They have a good process, and they have to suffer the consequences for them being too good at it. They drafted Kucherov, who's turning out to be an excellent player. Palat, Johnson, Hedman, all these guys were scouted beforehand properly because look at the players they've become. And now Tampa Bay is going to have to pay a price for that. It's like, you're too good at drafting. You're going to lose some of these players because
like
you can't afford
It's a law of diminishing returns. They hit a home run so many times they can't properly capitalize on it anymore. However, I do disagree. I do think the salary cap is ultimately a good thing.
It is.
I mean, you've seen Moneyball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Imagine a $120 million payroll against a $40 million payroll.
That's true.
I'd like to avoid that as much as it would benefit our team. I just think it would be pathetic to watch the Florida Panthers pay their players $20 million.
It wouldn't be right for the league.
It would hurt competition, and I am nothing if not an armchair GM, so I really like the salary cap for that reason, if no other. But it does suck that there's a bit of an upper limit on how good you could be at drafting, and that come a certain point doesn't matter anymore.
Honestly, that's the only flaw I could see with a cap. At some point, you'll have to pay the consequences for being too good at something.
But still, they can sell people off.
You could sell people off. You could, make back for your losses.
I mean, theoretically, if you're continuously good at drafting, you just keep flipping guys over and over again.
So, it's 11:51. We still have no trades to announce. This was kind of expected, though, because over the course of the last few days, a lot of the big players have been moved already. I mean, we talk about Eric Stahl being the big one yesterday.
Eric Stahl, Andrew Ladd, that was pretty big.
So, how do you feel about Andrew Ladd going back to Chicago, having another chance to win a second cup with them?
Okay, it's an appropriate narrative, and I find it pretty funny that he's going back to Chicago. They won 2 cups while he was gone, and yet he still managed to win a cup with them. And then he might. It's just a really weird idea that you could join somebody for their first and 4th cup in 7 years and just have that be business as usual. Yeah, it must be nice to be a Chicago Blackhawks fan. Anyway, I see him as a first-line guy. They paid a high amount for him, but they're committed. They want to go for it again, and their team isn't even old.
They're not. Their core is still in their prime.
I mean, Brent Seabrook and Duncan Keith, Corey Crawford, those are the only guys that I start looking at and go, you're getting up there. Soon they're going to start declining, and soon those contracts are going to start looking worse and worse because they're only going to continue to drop off. Beyond that, I looked at their forward core the other day. There's a surprising number of players that I don't recognize because they're just getting into the league, and they're, like Tampa Bay, they're overflowing with young talent.
Exactly. And that's something I'm not seeing here. And that just goes to show you what they have in Chicago, I personally think is nowhere near what we have here. That every year, Chicago is able to, get deep in the playoffs, win a cup, dismantle that team, sort of, and just replace the pieces. I mean, they won a cup. They lost Johnny Oduya, who played a big role, and they lost Patrick Sharp. Patrick Sharp is a big player.
And Brandon Saad.
And Brandon Saad.
And a few years ago, they lost. Bufflin was on their team, right?
The first year they won that cup, they had lost Dustin Bufflin, Andrew Ladd the first time.
So a first-line left winger and a top 2 defenseman.
And they're just able to retool instantly and have an impact right away. They lost Sharp and Oduya and Saad, and here they are a year after. They're in first place again.
They're going to finish with more points without Saad and Sharp.
Exactly. And did they really replace them with incredible, replacements? Not really.
They did get a bit lucky on signing Artemi Panarin, and he did express interest in coming to Montreal. I really congratulate him on not doing it because he would not be in the NHL right now. thanks mostly to Michel Therrien.
I believe so too.
Yeah.
And being able to they acquired Artem Anisimov, so they're able to fill in that second line center and just build around Jonathan Taves, Patrick Kane, and Marian Hossa. Those are their three mainstays up front. Every time they're able to retool and just be able to fill in those gaps next to them and just be impactful again. I mean, we have Andrew Ladd up there. There's Panarin, who they're able to get from the KHL. And now they start stocking up on the third and fourth line. Weiss Fleischman.
Oh, yeah.
So it just goes to show that when you need something, you do it. You don't wait. They needed those players.
Seize the day sort of thing?
Exactly. You needed to replace Sharp, Oduya. You needed to replace Saad. Well, we did it. We went out. Yes, we lost some draft picks. We lost Marco Dano and Philip Dano. But you know what? We're good now. And we're confident in our scouting system that we're going to be able to continuously draft these kind of prospects.
Actually, they're doing what I theorized just a few seconds ago. They draft great guys, they flip them, they continue to draft, they continue flipping. It's a process, it's a cycle.
And that's what I don't see here. We have prospects. People say we don't have prospects.
I think we're doing okay in that department.
We're doing not bad at all. Marc Bergevin doesn't want to move any of them. Are you scared that maybe you're not going to be able to redraft a player that's at that caliber? Because I don't see why he's so fond of players like, say, Nikita Sherbak and players like Charles Hudon. We get it. They're good. They're going to be good.
Yeah.
But at some point, if the opportunity comes and you're going to get yourself, for example, a Jordan Eberle, would you not move a Nikita Sherbak for a Jordan Eberle, in the package, obviously? It wouldn't be a one-for-one, but...
It's the type of risk you gotta take, but I don't feel confident taking it until we have a better coach. I know Marc Bergevin probably disagrees with me. But yeah, I see your point. I also take issue with the fact that Montreal continues to sign guys like Torrey Mitchell, Brian Flynn, Paul Byron.
But you have to understand also, in a deep playoff run, those are the guys that get you past the humps. Those are the guys that get you past the hard times. Those are the guys you need.
Yeah, I understand. They're good injury replacements, and I understand the necessity of signing them maybe at the trade deadline, acquiring them then, so that when you get to the second, the third round, when disaster strikes, you have a continued stream of NHLers and Black Aces to fill in. But signing Paul Byron to a 3-year contract, you're giving him a third-liner term and money for a guy who can't score to save his life. He takes no shots. He has 11 points this year, and I think 5 or 6 of them are in the penalty kill. You're not really... You can't play a guy like that on the third line. He's never going to score. You can afford to have one line on your team that plays no offense. It's the fourth line only. And we now have 3 guys locked into it for, at the very least, next year, I think.
Yeah, we have Brian Flynn, who's locked up next season, and we have Torrey Mitchell, who's locked up for an extra season after that. So he really locked in those acquisitions we got from Buffalo. So I just wanted to announce that we're going to have a contest today. It's going to be to win a Habs toque. And to enter, all you have to do is share the Facebook post and the HabsChronicle Facebook page, as well as liking the page. You will have to answer 2 questions. One is going to follow the other maybe an hour after. So if you answer both of them correctly, one of our members is going to choose a winner and you will win a toque. So the first question, and make sure you don't miss it, is who was the first acquisition Marc Bergevin made last year at the trade deadline? So I'm going to repeat it. Who was the first deadline acquisition by Marc Bergevin last year? If you know the answer, go submit it to the contest page. And over the course of the broadcast, I'll be repeating the question very subtly. And at some point, I will announce the second question, and it'll be up to you guys to answer it properly, and we'll announce a winner. So we're closing in on noon. Nothing's really happening. It's really a quiet day.
Yeah, minor updates. Carey Price has been practicing in gear today.
And it's also been announced that Lars Eller will not be traded today. I believe this was by, I believe it was by Richard Labbé. I could be wrong. It was Richard Labbé. Okay, from La Presse.
Okay.
So we're closing in on noon. We're going to take a 5 minute break, and
Well, I have an interesting point to bring up, but it looks like I'll have to do it after the break, won't I?
exactly.
Yeah.
So we'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we're going to continue this Trade Center special.
See you in 5.
Hey everyone, welcome back. And we have a blockbuster to announce. While we were on break, the Canadians acquired. Just kidding. They claimed Mike Brown off waivers from the San Jose Sharks
Yeah.
in a very questionable move.
Well, okay, questionable in that. Well, I don't think it's smart. It's not disastrous. It's more one of the trades that you do a million of them, or more moves, I guess, where you do a million of them, then it negatively impacts your team. But this isn't backbreaking by any stretch of the imagination.
So there's a couple reasons why this move was done.
All right, go
There's
with our first hypothesis.
the Montreal Canadiens are in San Jose tonight.
They are.
They needed someone to fill a spot because someone is going to get traded.
That
So
would
they
make
needed
sense.
an immediate player to play tonight.
Yeah.
Logically. But according to Pierre Lebrun of TSN,
This is the bad news.
they picked up Mike Brown to protect the young players for the rest of the season. I don't.
Is this on the NHL roster or on the AHL roster?
What do you mean for
As
Mike
in,
Brown?
yeah,
in
just
the
Mike-
NHL.
The NA. Oh,
I don't see him. I don't see them
friggity,
claiming.
friggity frack.
I don't see them claiming him to
Yeah,
play in the AHL.
Yeah,
knowing
because
John
they already
Scott is there.
have John Scott. I feel like if, well, I don't want to say don't acquire Mike Brown because you have John Scott. Why are you wasting value? It's Mike Brown. San Jose isn't going to hold it against you.
I just.
But
Even Bob McKenzie apparently is confused. Why? Why is this something that had to be done?
let's just be optimistic and hope that it's because there's a trade coming and somebody's going to be off of the roster by tonight. And maybe it's I would guess it's a Lars Eller or a David Desharnais. Those would be my guys.
And there was news about Desharnais earlier
Oh,
today.
okay.
Earlier
Lay
today,
it
there
on me.
was news that he was being shopped, and this was prior to also being injured. He was being shopped.
So
Now,
there's interest going a while back.
I'm not sure if there's much interest in him, but I know there was a plan to try to move him out because a $3.5 million centerman who's just not cutting it,
I don't
doesn't work.
I don't mind him too much. He's good possession wise. I feel like he's surprisingly competent in an offensive capability and defensively. Yeah, you don't think he's as good as perhaps he's hyped to be. I kind of agree, but I don't see him as that big a liability. And as at 3.5 million, that's all right. And it's especially useful because I'm pretty sure, if I'm looking it up right now. His contract expires the same year as Alex Galchenyuk's. So you want to re-sign Galchenyuk. Galchenyuk's making what is it, 2.8 right now? You give him Desharnais 3.5 and Desharnais walks free agency. It's the easiest re-signing of all time.
And now, the thing with Desharnais, and this is my personal opinion, I never had a problem with him as a player. I don't think he's a bad player. I think he's a player that comes out and gives his best every time. I just think he was slotted into a role that he cannot do.
No, you never
be
blame the player for playing above their league, above their spot in the lineup.
I
That's the
mean,
coach.
he was slotted into the first line centerman position. I mean, the first line center to Desharnais, and then people bash him for not producing. It's not really his fault. I mean, he's put in a situation that he can't produce
Yeah, well,
properly and consistently.
can't. He is given Max Pacioretty. There is some blame to go around.
There's some blame to go around, but he's not the guy that Max Pacioretty needs. I think
No.
Galchenyuk would be the ideal player. I think Plekanec is a notch above Desharnais. I don't see why he has to have them two glued by the hip.
I think that's just one of those sentimental things where am I right in saying that Desharnais and Pacioretty came out of the minors more or less at the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's sentimental. They've been playing forever, together forever. He doesn't want to separate them. He sees chemistry. It's a similar situation to Tyler Bozak and Phil Kessel in Toronto.
And
Ugh.
yeah, go on. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm just gonna say that's an even. If you think Desharnais is overrated and Pacioretty could do better, hooray for Toronto fans because they were dealing with Bozak and Kessel for years, and Bozak is, I'd say, an average third line center,
Oh, I would
whereas
say so.
Desharnais, I'd say, is an okay second line center.
In Montreal.
I see him as being like objectively speaking, good on the second line. Good, just average, good, mediocre, not great.
I agree.
You can live with him. Not on the first line. He's replacement level.
I think you could live with him, but not over an 82 game span.
Well, not if you want the cup.
Not if you want the cup, exactly.
There's a lot of things you could do if you don't want the cup. It's a big, wide, wonderful world. Okay, now there was a point that I was going to bring up before we went to break. I teased it like a professional. I would like you to guess over the last 10 years or so, which team in the NHL has utilized the most draft picks, has had the most draft picks, and drafted the most players.
Chicago?
You are right. Obviously, because we were talking about it.
I made it look.
Well, okay, but it kind of explains why they can get that cycle going, where they can win a cup, sell off their players, retool, and get the cycle going again, get some more draft picks, use those draft picks, they become great players, sell them off again, etc., etc. Okay, now guess the team in the NHL that has done the opposite, least amount of draft picks in the last 10 years.
I can't help you.
Vancouver Canucks.
Never guessed.
And it kind of explains where they are now. I mean, they have a bunch of veterans, and they have, I'd say, about like 4 or 5 good youngsters, and that's about it. And they just got rid of Hunter Shinkruk as well. So,
Which, again, I'm still not understanding 100% that trade. I don't know what
no, I don't think
what Marcus Granlund is.
I don't think
of
you're
value.
alone there.
And actually, along with the Canadians acquiring Mike Brown on waivers, there was also the Edmonton Oilers claimed Adam Pardy and Adam Cracknell. Adam Pardy, I believe, was with the Jets, and Adam Cracknell was with the Vancouver Canucks.
Adam Pardy. Look him up real quick. All right. Well, he's not very relevant. He didn't show up on Own the Puck. Adam Pardy.
Yeah, so
Not a very
very depth-related waiver claims. I mean,
And
nothing impactful, nothing that's going to change.
You could read into it, I
anything.
suppose, but
You could, but I mean, for the Edmonton Oilers, maybe.
Adam Party's 31 years old. I don't see. Okay, fine. That's minor league.
It is very minor league, but again, you never know. Maybe the same thing applies for the Edmonton Oilers. They're trying to fill up some spots because something's going to happen, and there has been lots of talk, especially with Nail Yakupov.
Well, there's been a lot of talk where essentially they've said all of our big stars, except I think they said Draisaitl and McDavid. They might have said another Nurse. Draisaitl, McDavid, Nurse. Those are the guys that are not on the trading block. You can use your imagination to determine who else is on the trading block as a result.
Yeah, and as a Habs fan, wanting a player like, for example, Jordan Eberle,
Yeah, it's Eberle.
this is a player I've wanted forever. This is a player that should have been requested for many times.
Well, I bet they have.
I bet they have, but I mean, this is something that should have been serious. Not something just, oh, hey, if ever he's available, we're interested. No, this is a player we need.
Well, he'd complement our core really well. He's right wing, top 6.
Right-hand
shot. More or less the same age as the rest of our core. I mean, Pacioretty's 27, Subban's 26, 27, Eberle's 25.
Exactly.
And Gallagher's about 23 at this point in time.
Yeah.
He would fit right in with our aging curve so that this core can age together. We get, well, the original plan was to start competing this year, and probably we should have been competing last year if Bergevin weren't selling the narrative that we were in a rebuild. Anyway, he would fit well into the idea that we could start competing next year, the year after, get 4 or 5 good seasons in, while Price is still, well, a god.
Yeah.
Simply put. So, yeah, go get Jordan Eberle. I'd love to see that happen. There's also talk of Nail Yakupov. That one, I don't dislike it. I'm less excited about it because there's a lot of uncertainty.
Exactly. Well, he hasn't really proven as much. But this, to me, Nail Yakupov is another similar situation to Jonathan Drouin in Tampa. He doesn't have the approval of the coach. And in his case, he hasn't had the approval of the previous coach either, which, if I remember, was Dallas Eakins. Dallas Eakins doesn't have his approval. The current coach doesn't have his approval. So maybe even him, he needs a change of scenery. Maybe he needs to go to a team that's better, a team that has a need for a player like that. Because, I mean, the Edmonton Oilers are playing
It's
Benoit Pouliot over Nail Yakupov on that second line.
on one hand, I can't blame them. Benoit Pouliot does seem to be better, but what do you expect to win, Edmonton? No offense, but you're the league's punchline for a long time now, so may as well play him in a spot that at least allow you to develop him. So right now, if I'm going to look it up exactly what rank of ice time he's been in the past few years. Nail Yakupov. Well, he's been playing more or less borderline second line minutes in terms of like percentage of time on ice. But his most, let's see, his most likely line mates, Derek Waugh, Teddy Purcell, then Jordan Eberle, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, then Connor McDavid, and Benoit Pouliot. He has been given somewhat of a chance higher up in the lineup, but he's also been relegated to the third line. And to be fair, he hasn't proven himself. He's scoring like a good third liner, and he's a first overall pick. You compare that to Alex Galchenyuk scoring like an excellent second liner, third taken. I think it was 2 spots behind Nail Yakupov, right? So there is definitely work to be done. He hasn't blossomed into the player quite the player the Edmonton Oilers wanted him to be. He's not a Nathan McKinnon or an Aaron Ekblad who comes, screeching out of the gate immediately NHL top line ready. He's going to take some work. And
Yeah. And about Yakupov, it goes back to his draft year. That season there, Alex Galchenyuk missed the entire season with a knee injury. And it was argued that had Galchenyuk played that whole season, he would have been the projected first overall pick.
Yeah, Bergevin almost shied away from Galchenyuk for that reason. I think it was Trevor Timmons that convinced him.
He did.
No, this is our guy.
I remember exactly. The knee injury kind of scared him away, but he was convinced into doing it regardless.
Yeah.
And I think it was the right move. I think, as of right now, we have
he's
possibly the best player of that draft.
Well, I'm pretty sure we do.
The other maybe comparable would be Morgan Riley.
Morgan Riley's pretty good. I wouldn't mind having Morgan Riley. I do remember hearing that was the alternative to Alex Galchenyuk that Mark Bergevin had his eye on.
Yeah.
I think I prefer Alex Galchenyuk.
But the thing with Morgan Riley is that season he also had the exact same injury issues that Galchenyuk had. He had missed a good majority of the season as well.
It's a bit of a curveball draft then.
Yeah. It was a draft where in the top 5, 2 guys didn't play.
Wait, what was Morgan Riley taken at? 5th, okay.
He was taken 5th.
Okay, so see if we have any more news to report.
News to report? I really don't think so.
It's been a great day for news. We have Carey Price getting in equipment. Lars Eller is not going anywhere. Isn't that great? Everybody loves a non-story.
And Day Arnaz being shopped.
Oh, yeah, and Mike Brown.
And, can't forget Mike Brown.
Oh, my
This
God.
is turning out to be quite a snooze fest.
Yeah, quite the deadline day. Usually, well, it does seem like every year, though, people panic about there being nothing left to do on not draft day, trade deadline day. But usually, there's about 20 deals or so that are done. Nothing yet.
It typically picks up around 1 o'clock. I mean, the show starts at 8. Nothing ever really happens between 8 and 11. We normally see like a minor league AHL trade.
Yeah.
But nothing substantial starts happening until maybe between 1 and 2 o'clock.
Well, I guess it's a bit of a game of chicken. Whoever's willing to outbid each other, and they keep the game going until the last second, until somebody finally has to pull the trigger.
Trade deadline day it's a complete domino effect. The first trade happens, and then all the other ones follow afterwards. So.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you if any news. No.
No, nothing happened.
Okay. May as well get to some of the recap. Worst trade, go. Worst of this year, the most embarrassing, head-scratching, desperation move.
I'm gonna have to look at this one. Look at all the trades.
Oh man, okay, fine. I'll take it then, because it was a loaded question. Of course, I asked one that I can answer. I do not understand why San Jose would go that far out of their way to acquire Roman Polak. He is... If you remember Douglas Murray, I see Roman Polak as more or less the same player. Not as embarrassing. I see him as an actual NHLer, but not really worth anything, much less worth 2 second-round picks. And I know there are other parts to that trade. I think it was, if I could specifically remember, it was Ben Smith, or is that the Reimer trade?
That was part of the Reimer trade.
No, okay, that's right. It was Nick Spalling for Rafi Torres on the side of that. And that was more or less two contracts canceling each other out. I think
Yeah,
Ravi Torres, a bit of a higher cap hit, so that was Lamoriello doing San Jose a favor. But
exactly.
what it boils down to is 2 second-round picks for Roman Polak.
Yeah,
If you're San Jose, you're in the Pacific Division. It's been stronger in past, it's been weaker in the past. Do you really think that your chance is that good that spending that much value on Roman Polak is going to push you over the top versus Anaheim and LA?
absolutely not. Especially the fact that he's going to be playing most probably third pairing D.
Oh God, I hope so. Otherwise, it gets even worse.
I really don't see how Roman Polak could start coming into your top four. It's just, I mean, you have Vlasic, you have Burns.
Yeah,
I mean, there's
there is a bit of a premium on Polak because he does shoot. Right-handed. That is worth a tiny bit more in the league. There are more more left-handed defensemen than right-handed defensemen. But truthfully, that just screeches desperation to me. I cannot. You are much better for having not made that trade than making that trade.
and it's funny because when you think about it, it was 2 second-round picks for Roman Polak. That was the same return the Hurricanes got for Eric Stahl.
But to be fair, they also got a third round in the form
They
of
got
a
a prospect, but that's 2 second-round picks for Eric Stahl. You're going to tell me that Roman Polak and Eric Stahl, they do not belong in the same
This is
sentence.
so weird. And to your point, the idea that there's so much there's so many inconsistencies in the value of trades. San Jose pulled off another trade with Toronto. It was this one did involve Jeremy Moore and Ben Smith. It was James Reimer for what is essentially a conditional fourth with some spare parts going the other way.
Yeah.
I see that as an incredible value. I see James Reimer as being a starter, almost certainly. He was putting up Vezina caliber numbers earlier this season, and now you got him for a fourth-round pick, potentially third, if I think the condition is they make it to the finals.
I believe so.
That is amazing value. I mean, Martin Jones has been playing to league average this year, but it's his first year as a starter. You put James Reimer in his spot, you give him a stretch of starts to get to see what you have. Potentially go into the playoffs with Reimer as your starter, or you do a 1-2 punch, Jones and Reimer. That is amazing value. And yet the same GM pulled off those two different trades.
Yeah.
I know goaltenders are harder to trade because there are only 60 spots for them in the league, 30 ones that actually impact anything. So the market for a UFA goaltender is pretty shallow. Still, though.
And a trade like that, because they did acquire the backup from San Jose, which was Alex Stalock. They put him on waivers.
He was brutal this year. I looked at the numbers.
He was.
He's like sub-90.
And they put him on waivers. Now, how do you feel about... Because it's specifically Toronto right now that's been acquiring players kind of as a favor. I mean,
Yeah.
they took on Stalock. They took on Torres. Yesterday, really late at night, they took Brooks Lake from the Washington Capitals.
Yeah.
That's a player who's making 4.5
For
next
like-
season.
Wow, yeah.
So
Well, they took on McCallick, Cowan, and Greening from Ottawa.
They did that
took on
too?
Horton from Columbus.
yeah,
That one, asterisk.
that's how
because
that
they
has
hadn't
yeah
even-
exactly.
An even worse contract to hand the other way. But yeah, I see that as Lou Lamoriello being really clever and gaming the salary cap and noticing it doesn't matter what the salary cap is for Toronto the next couple of years. All they need is enough money to sign Steven Stamkos, and beyond that, there's nothing they're interested in doing with their money. So they may as well use it to do favors for other teams, get draft picked and value from them.
And before we continue, I'm just going to repeat the question for our contest. Who was the first deadline acquisition last year by Marc Bergevin? This is only the first question of two. If you answer them both correctly, you get a chance to win a Habs toque. And by entering the contest, you have to share the Facebook post, the HabsChronicle Facebook page, and you also have to like the page. So you do all that, you answer the questions on the contest page, and you have a chance to win a toque. So, back to the Leafs. How do you think Mike Babcock felt this year? Telling himself last year, coming out of Detroit saying, you know what? I want to be on a winning team. I don't think Babcock really envisioned this. I don't think he envisioned very much success, but I don't think he envisioned really dead last,
No,
worst
but I
team.
feel like he must have though, because it was the plan from the beginning to purposefully take on a bunch of professional tryout contracts, a bunch of spare parts from other team, pump their tires, up their value, and then sell everything at the deadline so you finish dead last for Austin Matthews. I feel like that was a very well rehearsed script that Shanahan, Lamorello, and Dubas all went over. Babcock must have known what he was getting into, especially when he was negotiating his contract that determinedly.
And it's funny because, they want Austin Matthews, but I foresee the exact same scenario like
Yeah,
in the
God,
past
oh God, I'll shoot
forever.
myself.
And
I will shoot myself if Edmonton gets another.
and the first overall pick, the Edmonton Oilers.
Oh my God!
And
Please.
it's when are they finally going to decide, trade one of these picks
I think
instead of drafting another forward?
they got to be doing that now. I'm pretty sure they are hot on Seth Jones. They're trying to get him. I think they're going to offer Ryan Nugent-Hopkins for him.
The only rumor I've seen involving this first overall pick is the Arizona Coyotes are really interested in Austin Matthews because he's a hometown boy.
Oh yeah, that'd be
He's
really
from
good,
Arizona,
publicity.
so that would be a very good piece to add, a good cog for Max Domi, Anthony Duclair.
I mean, not only from a marketing perspective, but if they actually get Austin Matthews and they can market that effectively, it might make it so that Arizona makes more money. They become a non-internal cap team. They can actually spend up to the cap instead of being stingy with their money. So I don't love the idea of Austin Matthews in the desert. I don't think about the Arizona Coyotes too often. They're not a terribly interesting team. But if you could not go to Edmonton, that'd be fantastic. So go Coyotes. Why not?
It's really redundant that every season they get this forward, first overall. We're talking first overall pick. This is supposed to be a franchise player. And every season, it just doesn't help. I mean, okay, Connor McDavid was injured this year.
Yeah.
You could argue maybe if Connor McDavid was in the lineup the whole season, maybe they wouldn't be dead last. I personally don't think they'd be in a playoff spot.
I think they'd be 25-20 though. They'd move up.
They'd move up. I don't know how much, but they'd move up. At some point, shouldn't you want to move someone to go get the pieces you need? Because the same applies for Edmonton like for us. We needed the two centers. Sorry, not the two centers, but the center and the right winger.
Yeah.
Edmonton has needed a defenseman and a goaltender forever now.
So we
it's-
hand them Fucali and Beaulieu for some shiny new pieces.
But the thing is, a guy like Zach Fucali doesn't help them now. They need
It's
help
true.
now.
Their window is closer than it looks, given how far down they are in the standings.
They haven't had a goaltender since they got to the finals in 2006. And they had Dwayne Rollison, who at that point, he played well, but he wasn't Brodeur-like.
Would you like to hear a fun, depressing fact about the Edmonton Oilers? I found this. It was when Ben Scrivens was traded to Montreal. I found this tidbit. Since the 05 lockout, there have been 10, 12, 13 goaltenders, about a number like that, to have played at least 10 games for the Edmonton Oilers. Not one of those has managed a save percentage above 910 with them. Like, if you take cumulatively all of their games, 13 goalies with Edmonton, not one of them is above 910 in their career with Edmonton.
And
It's a lack of talent, but it's also just their
scouting.
I see it more as defense. They don't protect. There's one game I happened to be watching about watching the Oilers. Ben Scrivens was still in net for them. It's the forechecking player comes in, dumps the puck in, chasing it into the boards. Two Edmonton Oilers follow him into the corner, and then a third trails following him into the corner. Ben Scrivens is looking at them and screaming that there's a trailer coming towards the net. None of them listen, pass it in front of the net, tap in goal. Scrivens is furious. They don't give him any help. It is a cursed city for goaltenders. They don't get any support whatsoever. So a goaltender would help. Carey Price would manage league average there for sure.
For sure. And he would make their defenseman look good, kind of like he's doing here.
I don't think our defenseman is nearly as bad as...
They're not nearly as bad,
I mean,
no, but...
They had Jeff Petrie last year, which was notable, but...
Above that, I mean, they had an overpaid Andrew Ference. They had an overpaid Mark Fain. They had
Nikita Nikitin, was that it?
Nikita
Oh yeah,
Nikitin, who's not even on the roster now.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
I think he got called up, but he started the season in the AHL.
Yeah, they're burying his salary.
Yeah, it's at some point.
I
Don't
think
you realize this?
I think it's a lot. Yeah, you did mention it before. It's a lot of the problems with their scouting. They just never. It sounds weird to say they don't draft well because they have all these first overall picks, but a lot of the good work you have to do in the draft comes from rounds 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
You got to get PK Subban's and Brendan Gallagher's and some value pieces, not just the first overall picks.
And I don't see it. How you could sit there and tell yourself another forward, another forward, another forward, another forward. Like at some point, can't you just realize that, man, we need that Seth Jones like guy. That Aaron Ekblad.
But it's just the problem with it often enough is you're given the first overall pick. It's the year that Connor McDavid is coming into the league.
That is understandable.
How do you say no?
No,
and also Austin Matthews again. The first few picks this year will be going to forwards. It's Austin Matthews and Patrick Laney and Jesse Puljujarvi. How do you say no to any of those?
Which is why this is when you take that opportunity, you have that pick, you move it, and you try to get yourself that.
You trade your first overall for like a 5th and a 10th or something.
Not for a 5th and a 10th, but you trade it for that top defenseman that you need.
All right.
You know, there is going to be teams that at some point won't be able to afford defensemen anymore. For example, when when Nashville had Shea Weber, Ryan Suter, they knew that Brian Suter wasn't going to be affordable.
They had to sell one of them off.
They had to sell one of them off. They didn't even get anything in return for him. I mean, they lost him via free agency.
That's rough.
Defensemen like that at some point are going to be available, whether it's by trade, by free agency. You got to do something because you're going to be in the cellar for the longest time.
It's pretty dangerous though to acquire defensemen and like top superstar guys through free agency because essentially you only hit free agency when you're 27. You usually hit at 27, 28, 29. That is just about the turning point of your prime years, and it's when people command the largest salary.
Yeah.
So you're negotiating with a player who's already played his best hockey. He's asking for money that is more money than he's worth, and you're going to pay him to play worse hockey.
That's
so,
true.
I mean, Ryan Stewart, how much is he making in cap hit? A ridiculous
cap hit?
I know in raw dollars he made at least 12, 14 million some seasons.
I believe he was making 12. As for his cap hit, I think he was somewhere around the 8-ish mark. 7.5.
7.5. Yeah. That sounds reasonable, right? For Ryan Suter, it expires in 2025.
But that's the thing. Come unrestricted free agency, when a big name like that hits,
it's a
13-year
contract.
And the same applies for Parise. But you have to hope. You have to expect that that's the term a player is going to ask. A player like Ryan Suter would have not came in UFA in unrestricted free agency and asked for a 4-year contract.
Yeah, I mean, the guys in UFA, that's what you have to pay. But that's my point. You want to avoid paying that. You get a guy in an entry-level contract that's the cheapest deal you're ever going to get. Hence why you have to draft the guy. All right, so there is a bit of news. Not sure the source, but one of the writers from our site has informed me. It's on the Jammin'. It's the Oilers are unlikely to move Yakupov.
Again, I think that's a mistake. I think he's dead weight on that team.
But he's a first overall pick, and they would be trading him at his lowest value. I do see a problem with that. Again, I understand the need for a defenseman. That team is horrible on the blue line, but every time they come to a decision, they have to pick the best value decision, and it always seems to skew towards a forward.
The problem being they had their time frame to trade Yakupov at high value. They kept him over and over and over, and they kept playing him in situations that didn't benefit him at all.
No.
Now they're at this point where, if I remember correctly, I think he has something like 5 goals this season.
I'll look it up real quick if you like.
He's at his lowest value. How much could a Yakupov get you if an Eric Stahl got you 2 second-rounders, I know it's two completely different players. One's a UFA, one isn't. One's a first overall. We
Yeah.
get it.
But Yakupov would get you a lot more.
He would. He would have possibly maybe last season or 2 seasons ago. But do you think Yakupov now would be able to get you 2 second-round picks and a prospect?
Yakupov right now?
Yeah,
I think at least.
at least. I think
Yeah.
it would. I think it'd be even cheaper than that. Just because I just don't see what they're expecting from him anymore.
I still think it's worth hanging on to him right now. 38 games played, 11 points. But, yeah, it's not a lot. You'd be selling a low value, but here's the catch. He's producing 9.3 shots per hour. For people not familiar with if that's a lot, it's a lot. That's like a top-line level production. And yet he's only shooting at 5.8%. What that means, essentially, he's going to be scoring more at some point. He's getting unlucky now. Wait till he gets lucky. Wait till he starts putting more points on the board, and wait till his traditional metrics are more favorable. Then you sell him off. Then you move forward with McDavid and your Darnell Nurse, and what's the other one? Leon Draisaitl.
But will that ever happen? Will his production ever start to ramp up to the point that his trade value really goes up by that much playing on the third line?
What's happening? All right, one sec. Never mind. Bit of a hiccup with our producer. We good?
Good.
All right,
Little
good.
microphone
Awesome.
issue.
Awesome. Just technical issue, no problem here. Okay.
So, do you think his value has a chance to ramp up playing on a third line?
Third line.
Actually, today
hard sell.
it was noted that Benoit Pouliot got injured, so this could be an opportunity for him to move up.
Yeah.
Maybe this is what he needs. Maybe this is what he needs now playing with McDavid and Eberle, two very solid players. If he starts to produce, maybe come summertime when it's more logical to trade him, you'll be able to get yourself a lot more than what you'll get for him now.
Yeah, I think he's only going to get better, obviously. I mean, he's like 20, 21 years old, and he's a first overall pick. There's obviously talent there. But he's also shooting a lot. He's not scoring a lot of goals. I see that as bad luck, at the very least to some degree. So he's only going to get more points down the line. He's only going to get more valuable by traditional standards. Selling now, I think, would be a bit of a mistake, and I think the Oilers have realized that.
So it's no surprise the Oilers in dead last. I mean, I don't see this as a surprise, but there's one team that has been surprising this year, and that's the Florida Panthers.
Oh yeah.
So, how do you assess what's been happening with the Panthers and how they managed to be first in their division comfortably?
Well, they are a bit of a weird team. I'm not the most informed about what the age demographics of an NHL team are, but usually the best teams you see have most of their players in their prime, the 25 to 30 range. Florida's really weird in that they have a lot of players in their mid to late 30s. Excuse me. A lot of veterans, and yet a lot of young guys at the same time. They have sort of these two different cores, one of which is spare parts from other teams like Willie Mitchell, Jaromir Jagr, Roberto Luongo, but then you have guys like Jonathan Huberdeau, Alexander Barkov, Aaron Ekblad. And I do see that as being a good formula for the future, but it is going to be difficult to hang on to all that talent. And it is concerning, at the very least, for this playoff run that most of their success is due to Roberto Luongo, I believe. He has a very good save percentage. Their possession isn't great. It's not terrible, but it isn't great. I see them relying upon their 36-year-old goaltender, and I see that as a big problem because generally good teams don't rely upon 36-year-old goaltenders.
Well, I think they have the formula. I still think they have a really good formula. They have a good mixture of veterans and a mixture of young players, and I think they all benefit each other well. I mean, you take a guy like Alexander Barkov, and this year was a jump for him. I mean, he's an impact player this year, being paired up with a player like Jaromir Jagr. Now, one player that hasn't really been as good as we've hoped is Jonathan Huberdeau. But even this year, he's starting to look like a different player. You have to, at some point, be able to, I guess, mold around these players to make them produce at their best. And for the longest time, the Panthers weren't doing that. They kind of just left these guys out to dry. Now they're finally bringing in pieces to help them. I mean, we also, Nick Bjugstad is a very good centerman. And now, come this deadline, they just added Yuri Hudler, they added Teddy Purcell.
And Jakob Kindle.
These are all some older guys that they could, put in and help mold even better with their young players and make them better.
Yeah, they're really bringing in like 3 really good rental players to help the playoff run. I do like that move, and they've actually put, I heard, Brandon Peary. They put him on the trading block because they don't want to overspend at the trade deadline. Because they've spent a second, a third, a fourth, and probably a fifth. It's a bit unconfirmed. I never quite found out what they paid for Jakob Kindle, but they just gave up 4 draft picks for 3 players. So Brandon Peary, 24-year-old center, an RFA at the end of the year. They'll probably try to move him in exchange for something, try to recoup some value so that they don't have too dry a draft, so to speak. Because right now they have 4 picks in the next draft.
Which this draft, I mean, aside the first, maybe the first round, maybe the first half of the first round, it's not that deep. It's not that deep of a draft. So maybe you could afford to lose a pick possibly in the third, in the fourth. But
they don't have a second or a third round pick.
Second round picks, third round picks, when you start, when you get your pick in the first round and then your next pick comes 4 rounds later, I mean, it's kind of a wasted draft. Unless you win.
Yeah.
I personally, in my opinion, don't think Florida is winning the Cup. But imagine the Florida Panthers win the Cup. Those traded draft picks, that's all forgotten.
Yeah,
It's
obviously.
not looked at
All
anymore.
sins forgiven if you win the Cup. You could shoot a man in the streets, but if you lead the team to a Stanley Cup, nobody's going to care anymore. But on the other hand, I did mention they only have 4 picks in the next draft. That is not a lot, and as mentioned before, you really don't want to end up like the Vancouver Canucks, not picking very often and who find themselves in a horrible spot. But to be fair to the Florida Panthers, I'm looking at their general manager page right now. Of their defensemen, most of them are in their early 20s. I mean, they have Eric Goodbranson, Dmitry Kulikov, Michael Matheson, Alex Petrovic. I don't recognize all these names, but it's a very young blue line. And, of course, there's Aaron Ekblad, who I absolutely adore. There is a lot of youth on this team. They can afford to have a dry spell in the draft in the next few years if it means they have a better chance of winning the Cup with this core that they have.
I still think, possibly on defense, I think they're still missing something. I don't think Aaron Ekblad could do it by himself. He does have some surrounding pieces. He does have Eric Goodbranson. He does have Alex Petrovic. He does have a very proven veteran, Brian Campbell.
That's right. I forgot about Campbell.
But I still feel as though they need that extra, like that Dan Hamhuis type of defenseman. They need that extra piece. I don't think Hamhuis is going to Florida. I think he's going to go to a more logical team.
Chicago was rumored to be in on him, but I'm not sure if they're still. He's a bit pricey.
The team I saw was Dallas, the Dallas Stars, which
true.
would be a very good fit for Dan Hamhuis, considering they start to die out on defense after John Klingberg, Oduya, and Goligoski.
Yeah, and even I think Oduya is a bit overrated myself. But Washington, I think, would be a good destination, too. They got rid of Brooks Lake's contract. I think I saw a figure this morning. They have $2.25 million in cap space, which is exactly enough for Dan Hamhuis if Vancouver retains 50% salary.
And
so that
from what we've noticed, they're all doing that.
Yeah. Oh, like a rebuilding team needs a salary cap.
So we're getting close to 1 o'clock. There's still nothing that's happened besides the waiver claims.
A report from another one of our writers. Apparently, Eric Engels says not to expect Bartley to be moved either. And that's Victor Bartley. He was picked up earlier this season in a 3-way trade with the Nashville Predators, Arizona Coyotes. I wrote my opinions on that trade, in which it sucked, and Montreal got the worst defenseman of the three. I don't hold a very high opinion of Victor Bartley.
Well, the past two
Whoa.
games he hasn't been bad. He's shown to be a really good skater. Seems to move the puck very well. I don't think he's a long-term plan. I think it's a very short-term plan. I really don't see him being here.
The Torrey Mitchell of the blue line. Maybe not even.
Not even. I wouldn't even say the Torrey Mitchell. I would say like the Devontae Smith-Pally of defense. So
Yeah, we do. There is a trade, I've been told, but not a big one. Although there is some other news which we will get to in a second that is worth talking about. We'll get to this minor trade first. It involves the Carolina Hurricanes,
Chicago Blackhawks,
and the Chicago Blackhawks, apparently. Get it for you in one sec. Just reading this.
So
The Canes reacquire Robertson for McIntyre. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I don't recognize either of those names.
very minor trade. I mean, this is an AHL trade.
Yeah.
Drew McIntyre, he played one season in Montreal's farm system. He's a career minor league AHL goaltender. Very good one. He's a very good one at that, but
You know, if you're interested in winning the Calder Cup, I guess.
if you're interested in the Calder Cup, I mean, at best, he could be a temporary backup in the NHL, but
I'd be more interested if Montreal had an AHL team, but as in Montreal, not in St. John's where I'd have to swim there. So more relevantly, move on from that trade, which wasn't much. SKA St. Petersburg has dismissed forward Ilya Kovalchuk. Now, if you weren't familiar with the story, I'll pull up the details for you. There was some friction earlier this season in the KHL between Kovalchuk and his coach a few days ago. They're in their playoff run of the KHL playoffs, Gagarin Cup, I believe. That's the name of the trophy, right?
Yeah.
That was a guess. Well, not quite a guess. Anyway, during the playoffs, he's stripped of his captaincy, and he's removed from the roster. Not released or anything, just benched. And he told them it was after Game 1 that he was taken off the roster, and he told them, if I am not reinstated onto the roster within 2 days, I will head to North America. And it looks like they called his bluff, and he's coming back.
Now, we don't have confirmation that he's coming back.
Oh, okay, fine.
But
he's going to try.
He's going to try to... It's like a threat. He's trying to threaten them. He's like, if you don't play me, I'm going to leave the whole team. And, I mean, it's their loss. Losing Ilya Kovalchuk, that's big.
I think so, yeah. When he was back in the league, I looked up his stats from a most recent year of NHL play. Good second liner, maybe a bit overhyped. Really good scorer, not so great possession-wise. I'd put that to be equal to a second liner, more or less. I'm judging by the look in your face, you don't quite agree with me.
Ilya Kovalchuk. I mean, you could look at advanced stats all you want for Ilya Kovalchuk, possession stats, whatever you want to look at. Ilya Kovalchuk was one of the best players in the NHL when he was here. I mean, we're talking a player that could shoot, a player that could skate, a player that could fight. He could do everything. Power play, he used to man the point, and he had a lethal shot.
He signed a how many year contract with the Devils?
I believe it was a 15-year contract.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, I think it was a bit more. I think it was a 17-year contract that they
curbed down?
They curbed down to 15, if I remember. I could be totally wrong about that. I think that's what happened. Regardless, that was never going to happen. That's way too long of a contract. Contracts honored like that are really rare. But I think...
Well, to be fair, other teams have signed, not 15, 17 year, but you look at the contracts that have been offered to Duncan Keith, Brent Seabrook, Shea Weber. They're ridiculously long, goofy contracts that extend into their 40s. And now those contracts are gone thanks to the new CBA. I think the max is 8 years is what they gave Subban.
It's 7 years for a player that's not on your team. If you're re-signing a player that already belongs to you, you could option that extra year, which is why we got the 8-year on Subban.
Is that why the Leafs only signed David Clarkson to 7 years?
Wow. I can't get over that. I can't get over that signing. I
don't want to. It's hilarious.
I don't know what they were thinking.
Anyway, we could talk about that for a while, but I'd rather talk about the options for Kovalchuk coming back to the NHL. I think there are three different scenarios. He could come back as early as next season if he gets approval from every governor,
Yeah,
every GM, every organization. That's not going to happen.
I don't think
I
so.
mean, as soon as he joins the team, their divisional rival has to do is veto that decision and say, "I'm sorry, no, we don't want you to have Ilya Kovalchuk." He could sit out professional hockey. I think it's for a year, and then he can become a UFA.
Yeah,
Or he could come back to the NHL when he's about 35. I think that's. I'm not sure exactly why, but at 35, then he becomes a UFA. I'm not sure if it's because some sort of contract expires or if because it's a rule in the CBA, which is incredibly complex and I'd rather not read.
I'm not 100% aware of what the rule is, but I was aware of the 1 year having to sit out. I agree. I don't think
It's
there's going to
tough.
be approval for him to come back.
No, if only for the reason that, yeah, divisional rivals are going to screw each other over.
It'd be great for the league. There's no doubt about that to have a Kovalchuk back in
Yeah.
the NHL, but
Another
I don't
superstar, just another story, if anything.
I just don't see it.
Uh,
Some divisional team is gonna say this. No,
So unless he
we don't
sits
want
out, I'm not sure if he'd want to sit out professional hockey for a year.
I mean, he has pretty limited options right now. I mean, he played in the two leagues where he could make the most money. So now, if he decides to go sign somewhere else, I mean, what's the next best league? The Swedish Elite League?
Europe,
Swedish
essentially,
Hockey
yeah.
League, sorry.
Swedish, Switzerland, Finland, something like that.
That's
not.
I
It's
don't
not
think
great.
I don't
No,
think that's to the level.
I
don't
think
that's
he might be
Kovalchuk.
able to draw like $500,000, maybe $1 million in those leagues. I don't even know what the
It's-
salaries are.
Exactly. It's not worth it. I think he should have stayed in the KHL. Not
In all likelihood, it was an issue of him not getting playing time. That's usually the story. Is that the player? It's like a Jonathan Drouin. He's not
Yeah.
satisfied with his spot in the lineup, and he gives the coach some lip. He gets it right back, and now suddenly he's stripped of his captaincy. He's off the roster.
so little reminder for the contest. You enter the contest by sharing the Facebook post and the Habs Chronicle Facebook page, and you also have to like the page. You're going to have to answer two questions. The first being, what was the first deadline acquisition made by Marc Bergevin last year? And the second question is, who was the player Montreal traded at the deadline to acquire Josh Georges and a first-round pick, which later turned out to be Max Pacioretty? So we're going to take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. Hopefully some more transactions happen in the time that we're gone.
Yes,
and
please.
We'll be back soon.
All right. See you in 5.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and we have a trade to announce.
Yeah, the first major-ish one of the day.
Well, it is one of the biggest names that was on the list.
Yeah, the most
remaining.
Yeah, one of the more hyped ones. It's Mikhail Bodker, traded from Arizona to Colorado, and the return is Alex Tanguay, Kyle Wood, and Connor Bleakley.
Yeah, Connor Bleakley was a first-round pick from Colorado.
And Kyle Wood was a third-round pick a couple years ago as well. So essentially, it's a first-round prospect, third-round prospect, and Alex Tanguay for Mikhail Bodker.
So, Colorado. That's not a team I expected Mikhail Bodker to go to.
In a sense, I don't expect him to go there because they're a wild card team, and I hate them because their possession is god awful. It's like near 40%.
You really like possession.
I really do. I'm a stats guy, yeah. But it's just they're not a very good team. But then again, I'm not surprised by it because I don't think their management group is very bright. If I'm being perfectly honest, they haven't fired Patrick Roy, even though he's absolutely done nothing with the team in a few years. Yes, they won a division championship because Semyon Varlamov played standing on his head.
Yeah,
but
that was unreal.
Yeah,
There was no way that kind of season was able to be
yeah,
replicated.
I don't see that team. Like, they're in a wild card spot. Do you really think that adding Mikhail Bodker, who I already think is overrated, and you just overpaid for him a bit, is that really going to push you over to the point where you can make an impact in the playoffs? Are you trying to get to know him before you can re-sign him in the summer?
I don't see how this was the fit. I was expecting Mikhail Bodker to go more towards a team like Anaheim, a team like LA.
Yeah,
Even though LA isn't exactly his style.
But yeah, a team that could use some depth scoring essentially.
Yeah.
Because he is a good third line scorer. You're paying a lot for a third line scorer, but that's his role, I suppose. But Colorado, they are right now. They have 68 points. Minnesota is 2 points back them for the second wild card spot. Minnesota has a game in hand over them. Really, that's the situation you want to invest in. I don't buy it. I don't have much confidence in Joe Sakic right now.
I believe Anaheim would have been the best destination possible for a player like Bodker, a player that could complement, Getzlaf and Perry, a player that isn't David Perron or Ricard Raquel.
Yeah.
A player that could legitimately be a threat on that line. Because Mikhail Bodker, you say he's a really good third line scorer. I think he was a bit underappreciated in Arizona because it's Arizona, right? There's not as much attention.
Argument to be made there, yeah.
Exactly. So,
He's
I mean, he's had some successful seasons. He hasn't been. I don't think he's been what they expected, but I still think he produced at a pace that everyone else did, kind of, in Arizona. Kind of, in the same bracket as a Shane Doan. Like, his best season, I'm just going to check this out a second. His best season, I think he was in the 50s, somewhere in the 50-point area.
I'll run it for you. Yeah. Again,
His best season was a 51-point season 2 years ago.
That's a lot. That's a lot to pay for a guy for a 51-point season. Not just a 51-point player, a guy whose ceiling is at 51 points.
Yeah.
And who's going to ask for 6x6 in his next contract. I mean, that's what he asked for in Arizona. In the contract negotiations, he wanted starting at $6 million for 6 years. I'd give him 3 for 3. He's asking for the square of that, literally. So,
well, with the cap going up, a lot of players are starting to ask for salaries that don't really match the kind of players that they are. Because you're right, Mikhail Bodker, I would not give a guy like that $6 million a year. A guy who's only hit 50 points once, and that's more or less his ceiling. I mean, I don't expect Mikhail Bodker to show up with a 70-point season next year, or even a 60-point season.
Like, not to beat the drum too hard on the stats, but in terms of points per 60 minutes, he's in like the bottom percent. He's in the bottom percentiles of the NHL. He's a fourth liner in that respect.
And not to mention that he was, besides the fact he plays for the Coyotes, he's still minus 28. That's
doesn't
big.
help. No.
That's
Yeah, his-
very big.
His goals for his plus minus relative to his team is pretty crap too. And I just, again, I'll go back to that fact that Colorado's not in the best playoff spot. I just looked it up. They have a 38.2% chance of making the playoffs. That is a hell of an investment to make when you have just over a third of a chance. And even if you make the playoffs, who do they face in the first round? They faced Chicago.
Well, if they're gonna finish,
They face either Chicago or LA. They are going to get massacred.
well,
Mikhail Bodker or not.
it's playoffs. I mean, playoffs could go either way. You never know.
And they do have Semyon Varlamov. The Hawk goalie can change the series, but
I mean, it's been said forever. The playoffs, it's a new season. It's a different season. For all we know, Colorado could come out and sweep the LA Kings 4 games. It's very unlikely. It's probably not going to happen, but the chance is always there. I don't think Mikhail Bodker is the difference maker in that scenario, but it's good that they acquired something to help them.
Yeah.
I just... I don't know if I would have went to the point of sacrificing all that for it. I would have maybe tried to acquire a little more depth instead of trying to get a star player. I say star player because
well, a guy who's at the very least signed next year.
yeah, I say star player, but he's really he was one of the most coveted players at this deadline. I would have gone in a different direction, but I mean we could only wait and see what dividends it pays because he's still a good player. I won't go any further than that. He's not great. He's not wow, but he's a good player. So on the trade front, that's pretty much the only trade we have to announce.
A bit barren today.
Well, it was kind of to be expected with all the action that's happened in the last 3 days.
This morning I was thinking about it, and I was, what if there are no trades to announce? And I thought, that's silly. I looked up the number of trades from every trade deadline before this. Usually it at least hits 15.
Yeah.
How many have we seen so far this day? 5?
Today
Yeah.
we've seen 1.
Well, no, Mikhail Bodker's worth talking about. The only one worth talking about, but there have been a few others. Carolina traded Drew
Yeah, it was a very simple Robertson for McIntyre
you know,
trade.
those two guys that knew, I've already forgotten their names. You know that?
Well, we're going to look at the trade bait list, the trade targets. And I'll list you a free agent. One of the players that's targeted.
Right.
You try to name me a team that would fit them best.
That are okay. Just any team in the NHL.
Any team, yeah. So, hold on. I'm just gonna pull this list up. All right, Neil Yakupov.
Edmonton.
Stay in Edmonton?
Yeah. It sounds a bit low value. They need to keep him. He's only going to get better. If they want to trade him, you do it next season when his numbers are better and he's got some better shooting luck.
And I still think he would flourish here. I
He would.
think paired up with, Galchenyuk because close friend.
If we could get him for a 7th round pick, I would definitely pull the trigger. But from Peter Chiarelli's standpoint, sit on your hands for now. It's better. You're better off that way.
Louis Eriksson, there is talks that he's looking to sign an extension with the Bruins. But I don't think they're very close in terms of both term and dollars. I think
the Bruins don't have the best shot in the playoffs right now, and they don't have a bad shot. And they're also getting to be a bit past their prime. I mean, Tuukka Rask is still in his prime, and you got Bergeron and Marchand that are doing great things, but Zdeno Chara is 39, and he's no longer a top-pairing defenseman.
Well, that's really where their downfall is. I mean, when they won their last Stanley Cup, those defensemen that were the keys are up there now. Chara is no longer really a relevant defenseman in the league.
I think he's still good, but he's not a top-pairing guy anymore. He's more complimentary.
They had Dennis Seidenberg. He's not the same anymore.
They lost Dougie Hamilton.
Dougie Hamilton's gone. They lost Johnny Boychuk.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, their defense core took a massive hit.
Yeah.
Now they're replacing them with all these Millers. Kevin Miller, Colin Miller. Adam McQuaid is still there.
They got Torrey Krug. I like Torrey Krug.
Torrey Krug is good. I don't think Adam McQuaid, this is my personal opinion, I don't think he's great. I think he's a good heart and soul guy, but I don't think he's long term, I don't think he's the right solution either. They need to start retooling there too.
Yeah, so that's why I'd say Louis Eriksson. I'm not sure exactly where he'd end up, but okay, fine. I hope it's Boston because I hope they suck. But
As a fan,
for their sake, it'd be probably better if they moved on, tried to sell him for what he's worth, and just you keep Marchand, you keep Bergeron and Rask, you start moving some of the older guys. You start moving Chara, because he's still worth something.
Yeah, even at 39, I still think there's going to be some teams that are going to look for a player like that come playoff time.
I mean, he's 6'9". For that reason alone, half the GMs in the league would fall in love with him at first sight.
People see the length of his stick and they say, you know what, perfect pass blocker, shot blocker, everything. So, my opinion, Louis Eriksson. I said Mikhail Bodker would be a fit in Anaheim. That clearly didn't happen. I think Eriksson would be a fit in Anaheim too. I still think they're missing that presence in their top six because for the longest time it's always been Getzlaf, Perry, winger. We never know who that winger is. Second line.
Well, it doesn't often matter though when you got Getzlaf and Perry.
That's very true, but
it's a bit like Crosby and whoever else.
But I mean, there's been experiments on that line that have failed. Devontae Smith-Pelly being one of them. Emerson Edom was another one. Anyway, besides those two, there's been a lot of other players that have went on that line, looked good for a few games, and then that's it, gone.
But then again,
short-term solutions. That's why Eriksson, I think, would be a very good ad for them.
But one of Anaheim's problems this season so far is they get shots, they're not going in. Shooting percentage is way down. They've improved their defense. Bruce Boudreau has revamped their team, but they're just getting no shooting luck. And then I pull up some of the numbers for Louis Eriksson. He's not a goal scorer this season. He plays a great two-way game, 200 foot, but in terms of putting it in the net, that's not where his strength lies, at the very least now. So he's a player that any team should want, but in terms of specifically addressing Anaheim's needs, I don't see it 100%.
Anyways, I think
that's me. I'm more the numbers guy.
He was never really that goal scorer. He was always a playmaker, and he was a very underrated playmaker at that. Because I was watching, I think it was a Sportsnet show. I don't remember if it was on TSN or on Sportsnet. It was Mike Milbury. He was on the show, and he was saying how. And sorry, it wasn't Sportsnet TSN. I think it was CBC or something. It was CBC, and Mike Milbury was saying how Louis Eriksson, this is a career year for him. I don't know if he's watched much of Eriksson in the past in Dallas, but Eriksson was a consistent 70-point player in Dallas. Yeah. There's a reason why when they traded Sagan to Dallas, the centerpiece coming back was Eriksson.
Yeah.
Eriksson, Sagan. There's no comparison. Tyler Sagan is Tyler Sagan.
One of them is a generational talent right now.
Exactly, but there's a reason why Eriksson was the centerpiece coming back the other way. I always thought he was an underestimated player. Dude, you never really hear his name. You never really, hear him for his points. But the guy has been a consistent 70-point player, and if not in the 70s, he's been in the 60s. He had an off season last season, but this year, you're starting to see more of that impact Eriksson that played with the Dallas Stars.
He's 29 years old, right?
And he's still 29 years old. He's not.
He one bit of information I do have. Earlier this week he turned down a contract offer from the Bruins. It was 4 years, $21 million. That comes out to $5.5 a year. So yeah, I don't blame him for the reputation that his name has. At the very least, he should make more money than that. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
a guy like that big a name, you should at least make $6.
Well, the more I think about it, maybe 5.5 isn't so bad.
If they added 2 extra years,
that would have him signed until he's 35, 36.
And that's really.
I don't think at 35, 36 he'll be still worth 5.5 to $6 million.
See, I agree, and I do hate it.
And this is the problem.
I hate contracts like that, but you have to do it.
You have to do it. Yeah.
If you don't do that, well, then he'll find somebody else who will.
Exactly.
Right.
So
we're gonna look.
That's Eriksson. You were mentioning him before, Chris Russell.
I just find him. I'm sorry, he's bad. He's not a very good defenseman. I see him as a Brooks Orpik, Douglas Murray type guy. Stay at home, but literally stay at home because he's always in his defensive end. I forget what exactly the Flames were hoping to get for him. Maybe I think they might have been aiming for a first round pick.
Well, he did have a good season last year, along with the entirety of the Calgary Flames roster making the playoffs and that push out of nowhere. Chris Russell played a good part in it. He did have, from what I remember, I think he did have an overtime goal also in the playoffs, or it was a goal towards the end of the game to win it. It was against Vancouver. I think he was a good piece to them last year. This year, on the other hand, it's all gone downhill.
I look at him and I see a guy he barely scores, doesn't get assists, doesn't get points. He gets outshot to crap, and I guess his goal differential isn't abhorrent, but that's about the best thing you could say about him. And he's asking for what did he ask for? Like $4 or $5 million?
Around that area, yeah.
I'd rather pay him not to play for me. So.
And would you compare that season Calgary had last year to that first season Colorado had when Patrick Roy came in?
Absolutely.
Where it's overachievement completely, and then back to earth the next season.
It's a rebuilding team. They come into a new year. They get outshot every game, but they have some streaky clutch goal scoring. They have some great goaltending. They make it into the playoffs. The pundits say that it's back. The rebuild is ahead of schedule. Their coach wins a Jack Adams in the process, and then nothing comes of it. The next season, they're right back down to earth, and the only thing they've actually accomplished is they now have a less valuable draft pick for that year.
So what team would you say Russell fits in?
He was rumored to be going to, I think it's the Tampa Bay Lightning, Los Angeles Kings, and Penguins were interested in him.
Pierre LeBrun just tweeted out 3 minutes ago that the Dallas Stars are close to acquiring Russell.
No, Dallas, I liked you.
I expected them to be in on a much bigger name like Dan Hamhuis.
Hamhuis would have been a better choice.
Definitely, but it's nothing's for sure yet. It's close.
Usually though, when a rumor like that starts circling, then it's just about done. But for their sake,
it is.
Yeah,
I said not confirmed. It's done now.
Yeah,
Russell to Dallas.
Yeah, I like Dallas. I liked. No, he doesn't make or break the team, but he doesn't help, and they're losing a bit of value by acquiring him. He's a guy I feel like old school hockey minds really like, and then you consider the impact he has on his teammates when he steps onto the ice, and it's mostly negative. What'd they pay?
It's not said yet what Dallas forked over to Calgary, but you would assume it's I would take a guess and say something along the lines of a third to fourth round pick.
I don't know. He's a guy that's going to be asking for $5 million a year. It's something up there. I'd expect a bit more. I'd expect maybe a second.
And another tweet out by Elliot Friedman. He's saying that the Colorado Avalanche are closing in on acquiring Eric Jelena from the New Jersey Devils.
No, I haven't been paying attention to Jelena. What's he about?
Eric Jelena, he's a big offensive defenseman. He has a good shot from the point, but this year he kind of fell out of the lineup. He's really been in and out, not on great terms with the coach there too, and I think he has something to prove, not only to himself but to like other teams in the league now, because the potential's there, and it's not happening. Lately he's been benched for a defenseman the Devils called up. His name is Seth Helgeson, and he's just taken the spot of Jelena completely. And
he's only 24 years old.
Yeah, they're giving up pretty quickly on him. So if traded, it looks like Colorado.
Well, from a first glance, not being played a lot, but does seem strong possession, strong scoring. That sounds like a steal for the Colorado Avalanche if they got him for a low price, especially considering he's young. He's an RFA. It must be.
It's not said yet, not on the Russell end or not on the Jelena end, what these guys got. The Jelena one isn't even confirmed yet. It's close to happening, but it looks like Colorado. Well, it's completed now.
Yeah,
Eric
for a third.
Jelena for a third-round pick. So if Eric Jelena was able to get a third-round pick,
Yeah,
you would think Chris Russell got.
I'm thinking maybe a first, and that
I wouldn't go
hurts.
maybe a first, but
second
a
and
second.
second and a prospect.
I said third, but if Jelena got a third, I think Russell could get you a second.
Oh,
Knowing he's one of the
it's both
bigger
it's
names.
both amusing and painful to think about. It's a couple years ago, Douglas Murray, before he came to Montreal,
The Pittsburgh trade.
2 seconds.
2 seconds, yeah.
Oh my God.
But he was a mainstay with San Jose. He was one of their better defensemen there.
I think, yeah, he was less brutal earlier on in his career, but
I think the disaster happened when he got traded. I think he wasn't what Pittsburgh expected, and he really wasn't what Montreal expected.
well, Michel Therrien, after a few games in the playoffs, I remember, said that he played well. He's a real tough customer. He's getting outshot every time he steps on the ice, Michel. So
I stopped taking Michel Therrien's word for anything. It's kind of meaningless.
yes, we keep getting back. I at the very least keep getting back to that. Got to stay away from that topic because
Well,
It's
as
good-
Montreal Canadiens writers, I mean,
there's only
one way or another, we always end up back.
there's only so many times you could beat the drum though, and I've been wanting him fired for 2 years. I can't just
And I knew this was going to be an issue from the start. I knew this was going to happen because how many times do you see something fail once and then
twice.
you try it again? You knew this guy's flaws from before. Now you brought him back in, and look what happens. Definitely a much better experience than the first time around. We have a much better team now than we did in the early 2000s, that's for sure. But he's not the guy that's going to take us over, that extra step that we need to become a contending team. You could argue maybe he's not given the right pieces.
But
I argue he's not using those pieces correctly.
I'd argue that he doesn't want the right pieces. Look, if a coach can manage to get fired from a team that has Evgeny Malkin, Sidney Crosby, Chris Letang, Marc-Andre Fleury, and was Jordan Stahl still with them at the time?
I'm sorry, what?
Pittsburgh Penguins 2008, 2009. Did they still have Jordan Stahl?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You get fired from a team that has all that talent. You can't do anything with it.
That's
I don't trust
when
him
you
much.
when you're 1 to 3 centers at Crosby, Malkin, Stahl, and
Yeah.
you're not able to win. And you have to remember they had Marian Hossa on that team as well.
Oh God, too.
Not for the entirety of the season. They got him at the deadline, and he was a help in the playoffs. But that team that Pittsburgh had to win, and
Yeah.
I find it weird that they did win the second he was gone.
Well, Dan Bilesman, much better. Their possession rose 5 points.
You just
I
love that
know I
possession.
cue back to it, but it
You love
make
that
it.
possession.
Yeah, I do. I won't lie. All right, saw an interesting point on Twitter brought up by Sean Tierney, a guy I follow, analytics person, and he brought up the point that from a number standpoint, Alex Tanguay is actually a better scorer than Mikkel Boedker, and Mikkel Boedker scores more, but in terms of assists and points, Tanguay is way better in assists and marginally better in points. He's way better possession player. So not only is it weird that Colorado would go out of their way to buy at a deadline in which they're barely holding on to a playoff spot, they traded away somebody who was better than who they received. They sold somebody better so they could buy somebody worse.
Well, you could argue that Alex Tanguay is starting to really decline now.
Yeah,
Tanguay is not the threat he was before.
He is 36 years old. There is something to be said for. Is he injury prone? Has he gotten
He's
hurt?
very injured,
Okay.
and he's been injury prone from the days that he was in Calgary the first time. The season, because we had gotten him from Calgary, Montreal.
Mm.
We got him from Calgary, and then he went back to Calgary a second time. So he was already a injury prone player from then, and it never stopped. So and he was injured this year too, I believe. So you could argue, you know what? They're similar in terms of stats. Definitely not this year, but they are similar in terms of how they play.
It's not that much of a fleecing if it's 1-for-1. But
Exactly.
the fact that they included 2 prospects,
And
clearly
a first round pick prospect.
Yeah,
So,
a first-round pick prospect and a third-round pick prospect, and they thought that they were getting the better player. Colorado's amusing.
so it looks like the return for the Russell deal was a forward prospect and a conditional pick. None of that has been said yet what the prospect or the pick is.
Okay.
But coming back from Dallas, you'd have to assume possibly, I would maybe say a Radek Faxa, one of their minor league prospects. He's actually a very good prospect for them. If I had to take a guess, I would say him, because I find he's been given some chances and he hasn't been able to cut the roster. My guess would be Faxa.
Well,
I could be wrong.
I'd say Calgary's almost certainly won the trade just by virtue of it being Chris Russell.
Well, the fact that you're able to move a piece like that and get yourself a prospect and a pick.
Yeah. A
that
piece
you
who
can't
was
go
going
wrong.
to be toxic to your lineup if you had to pay for it. I mean, his cap hit was going to be way more than it was worth.
And he was going to go anyways. I mean, there's no way he was coming back.
Deconnect do server.
All right.
Connect.
So
Any other news to get to?
So there is a player going back to Calgary from Dallas. It's the defenseman Jyrki Jokipaka. Finnish defenseman. He's been playing, I believe it's part of 2 seasons now. He's actually been a decent defenseman for them. So he's heading back to Calgary. And latest news from Bob McKenzie that the Boston Bruins are making a big push for Dan Hamhuis.
Yeah, I just read that because he's the last defenseman left on the market, really.
So this goes back to what we were saying before. You got an aging Chara, you have an aging Seidenberg. You have the Millers, you have Krug, McQuaid. You need that presence that takes over, sort of.
Yeah, you bolster it with one more good top 4 defenseman. You make one last run with Zdeno Chara before you sell him off.
And I think Dan Hamhuis is the perfect player for the Boston Bruins.
Well, you keep harping on me for liking possession, but by possession metrics, Hamhuis is much better than Russell. So
Hamhuis is a better defenseman than Chris Russell.
Mm.
The defenseman going back, not the defenseman, but the prospect going back to Calgary from Dallas is forward Brett Pollock. So it's not Radek Faxa. That was just a guess on my part. But the final trade is Chris Russell to Dallas for Jyrki Jokipaka, Brett Pollock, and surprisingly a 2nd-round pick. That's pretty big.
So
you get a roster defenseman. You get a roster defenseman, a 2nd-round pick, and a prospect.
And that prospect, Jyrki Jokipaka, I can't believe I spelled it more or less right on the first try. He's a 7th-round pick from 2011. But then again, a 7th-round pick from 2011 is actually worth something because, well, if they've stayed around this long, they must have done something right.
Well, he has been playing. He hasn't been an up-and-down kind of guy. He's been in the lineup.
He's 91 career games played, 16 points. Maybe.
Third pairing guy, though. He hasn't been up in the lineup.
Yeah,
but from what I remember,
he
he's
might be a
very
good bottom
reliable.
6 guy, yeah.
So.
All right. Okay, well, Calgary won that by a landslide.
I believe Calgary wanted to. Yeah, because I don't think... I think Dallas was already weak defensively to start off with. I don't think...
Well, they went out of their way to get Johnny Oduya last summer. I didn't like that move either.
Well, Oduya did definitely improve. Don't look at the highlights a few days ago where he got absolutely deked by Jets forward Joel Armia.
Yeah.
But I think Oduya definitely improved the defense for Dallas. I don't think Chris Russell was the guy they needed to push for the playoffs.
I see Oduya as a good top 6. Russell's another top 6.
Well, where Oduya played in Chicago, that was perfect.
Well, he's top 4 in Chicago, right? He played with Yarmouth?
He was, yes. But the thing is, I believe someone had gotten hurt. Or I'm trying to remember if someone had gotten hurt and he stepped into the top 4 or if he was a consistent top 4. Anyways, just... It's only normal getting older. You're going to start going down the lineup.
Yeah.
It's one thing. You're in Chicago. You play with Nicholas Hjalmarsson. He's one of the best defensive defensemen in his own, in the NHL. And you pair up Johnny Oduya with him. It's only normal. You're going to look a bit better. Now, heading over to Dallas, he's playing with, I think, Jordy Ben or something. It's not the same. So you start to see flaws, obviously, but as a top 6, Johnny Oduya is perfect.
Yeah.
Klingberg has been a surprise. Goligoski is fine.
Who else do they have on their blue line? They've
They have Jason Demers. They have
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Jason Demers is a solid defenseman. They
Deconnect
have some
do
solid
server.
guys.
But it's a bit of a
Connect.
disappointing move that they chose Chris Russell over
Yeah.
targeting Dan Hamhuis.
Dan Hammy's sort of been ideal for them
Because
but
this was their opportunity to kind of just step up to the same tier as Chicago and LA, because they have amazing forwards. Their goaltending is adequate, but their blue line is their weakness. I don't think Chris Russell fixes it. I don't think Johnny Oduya closes the gap either. John Klingberg is a great guy, but I don't think he stands up to Drew Doughty or Duncan Keith.
he can't yet. He has this
He-
is his
oh, yeah,
first
he's
full season.
He has potential, but
The potential is there.
yeah. Dallas, very strong, not yet complete. I think they need, at the very least, better goaltending going into the playoffs. They really want to give Chicago a scare. If you really want to be the favorite, you need a better star in net. That would be the turning point for me.
Well, they did in the summer go pick up Antiniemi from the San Jose Sharks. So
Well, it's something, but he's average.
I think he's been average forever. Even when he won the Stanley Cup for Chicago, I think he was an average.
He was good
goaltender.
enough. He was always good enough, and now they have him with Lettinen. So if one of them falters, take the other.
And I look at it this way: there's a reason Chicago didn't bring him back after winning a cup.
Yeah.
How rare did that happen? That you win a Stanley Cup and you tell yourself,
I could do without
"I
him.
could get rid of my goaltender. I don't need him."
Yeah.
Here they bring in this next goaltender, which is Corey Crawford, and
Well, it's
here we
possible
go.
though at the
This guy's
time
won
that
2 Stanley Cups now.
Corey Crawford probably cheaper at the time.
Well, he was definitely cheaper, but he was from what I remember, Antiniemi was an RFA, and his rights were traded.
He was an RFA.
He was an RFA, I
Huh.
think.
He's probably asking for a lot of money, and they figured they could get a value back for him.
And I could be totally wrong about that. I remember if he was an RFA or a UFA, but from what I remember, his rights were traded to the San Jose Sharks, and then he signed a contract there.
Any other news?
Any other news? I don't think anything's happened yet.
We are 1:50 p.m. on February 29th, the NHL trade deadline. Yeah, there's
There's Boston that's pushing for Dan Hamhuis, but it's also being said that
Deconnect do server.
Dan Hamhuis won't waive his no
Connect.
trade to go to Boston.
yeah. Now that I think about it, wasn't he part of the? He's been in Vancouver for a while now.
He's been there for, I believe it's 5 years now.
Yeah, he probably remembers the Cup final.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was his first season in Vancouver.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't imagine him fitting in with the Bruins.
Part of me
There's a-
does,
Well,
but
there was a lot of bad blood over that series.
that's true.
Vancouver Canucks fans still resent Boston. I think a little more than Montreal does.
Yeah,
Just
for sure.
because, oh my God.
It was a mess.
Yeah.
The riot and everything. I don't think he's going to go to Boston, but I think that's the defenseman Boston needs.
Well, especially I don't think he'll go to Boston because there are probably teams with better chances that are in on him, and he has the luxury of choosing.
Exactly. And
So,
the thing is, with
yeah.
Vancouver's players, they all have the luxury of that right now.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them have these no moves, no trade clauses, and it's making it much more complicated for them to move out all these players. Because the Vancouver Canucks have players that they could move. I wouldn't say they're necessarily worth a lot,
But enough to get a rebuild
but
off
enough
the
to
ground.
get something going. Dan Hamhuis could get something going. Radim Verbata could get something going.
The Sedin twins could fetch an amazing return if you could orchestrate the trade.
For sure. And after that, I mean, there's maybe Alex Burrows.
Edler? Miller?
Edler, I believe he just re-signed the contract, not this season, but last. I could be wrong. I think he re-signed the contract, and it's going to be tough to move an Alex Edler. I just think Vancouver's in a spot right now where they're just there.
They're not
There's
rebuilding.
you
They're
can't
not contending.
You have to. Vancouver has to hope they can get. They have to rebuild. They have
Yeah,
to hope they can
absolutely.
get good draft pick returns for their players that are aging, and just rebuild off that, because they're not going to get value. They're not going to get grade A prospects for any of their players, unless they trade Bo Horvat, which I don't think they're planning
Well,
on
that
doing.
defeats the purpose of a rebuild.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
they're not going to move anybody worth anything.
Like they can't because I
'Cause they
just pulled.
can't.
I just pulled up the list. The list of names from the Vancouver Canucks that have either no movement or no trade clauses: Daniel Sedin, Henrik Sedin, Yannick Hansen, Radim Verbata, Alex Burrows, Brandon Sutter, Alexander Edler, Dan Hamhughes, and Ryan Miller. Tanev is the next major contract that has a no trade clause, which kicks in 2 years. That's 9 players. How on earth are they supposed to get a rebuild underway when every single one of their players that likes Vancouver can shut it down? I mean, it might be in Jim Benning's best interest to tell the Sedin twins, "Hey, we could really use the value of you moving out of town. Could you do us? Could you just get out and we'll ship you away for like 3 first-round picks if we can find one team to take both of you?" And they say no, and they just say no. We love it here. We want to retire here, and we want to screw over your team. In parentheses.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's ever going to come up as a solution. I don't think they'll ever move the Sedins. I just think they're a staple of Vancouver. Would it make the team better?
Oh well, yeah.
In like 5 seasons, yes. But I don't know if they're ever going to want to do that. It's just
Well, I see it as the same problem the Calgary Flames had a few years ago. They waited too long to move Jerome McGinley, and then his value dropped.
yeah.
It's the
that's
same
true.
problem here. You have amazing superstar players who still have it. Trade them while they still have it
Yeah.
before they become middling guys, middle of the lineup guys that maybe you fetch some second-round picks for, but not superstars.
Do you think trading away the Sedins as a package can get you multiple first-round picks?
Well, the way I see it, both the Sedins still play like first liners. If you could somehow orchestrate the most difficult trade of all time, get them onto one team, that team now has another first line. Doesn't matter who they put on the wing with Daniel and Henrik. It is de facto you have another first line. I consider that valuable enough. That's at least 2 first-round picks for me.
And I think personally that would be doable. For Jim Benning to acquire 2 first-round picks with him, that's doable. Do I think he's going to do it?
No, well, it's
Not a chance.
even if you were a good GM, that's incredibly hard to pull off. It's $14 million in dollars in cap
Exactly.
space.
So you can't expect to trade them to a team like
Chicago,
LA, San Jose, teams that have
teams that
close
have a
to no
reason.
cap.
Teams that have a reason to compete.
Exactly.
Don't typically have $14 million. Even teams that rebuild don't have $14 million to spare.
I mean, these top teams could acquire one of the two, but to acquire both of them together, it's impossible.
And you're not moving them unless you trade both at once.
Exactly.
Because they have no
They're
movement
not.
clauses and they're So, dear Montreal Canadiens fans, be very happy that you don't cheer for the Vancouver Canucks because it sounds like a mess.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a mess for a long time.
Yeah.
Because up and coming, there's no one.
No contention, no rebuild, not much point.
I think the only thing they have coming up is a goaltender.
Name?
I think his name is Thatcher Demko.
Thatcher. Okay, I've heard the name.
Played for I think he played in NCAA. In college hockey was, and then he was with Team USA as well, I think. Besides that, I really don't see.
They have a few good guys. Horvat.
They have Horvat, they have McCann,
Yeah.
they have Virtanen.
Yeah. And who took 2 penalties in the same shift in the World Juniors. And we're never going to let him forget it because it was hilarious. After the fact, it was hilarious.
It's a mess. I really don't see how they're going to fix that.
I don't think they will.
They need time, and they need more than. They can't give themselves a slot of 5 years. They need much more than that, I think. Their days in 2011, where they were the highest scoring team in the league.
They won back-to-back President's Trophies.
I think that's done for a long time.
Yeah. All right. Check the news.
The pick that's going back to Calgary for the Russell deal is a conditional pick. It's a conditional second-round pick.
Condition?
Condition on the pick: if the Stars reach conference finals and Russell plays 50% of the games in the first 2 rounds, the pick turns into a first-round pick.
So they reach the conference finals, and he plays 50% of the games in the first 2 rounds?
The pick becomes a first.
That's doable.
It's definitely doable,
Yeah.
considering the Dallas Stars don't have that great of depth on defense. You went and trade some pretty decent. You traded a roster defenseman for Chris Russell.
Yeah, you clearly have a lot of
You're not going
confidence
to trade
in him.
You're not going to trade a roster defenseman for a guy who's going to come in and be your seventh. This guy's going to play.
It's okay. This works out really well for Calgary.
The only way I could see this failing is if Dallas also gets a Dan Hamhuis, and now it starts to stack the odds against him. Which I still don't think.
But even if you make it to the conference finals and you had to not play Chris Russell 50% of the games, you had to play Dane Hamhuis in his spot, you're in the conference finals, you're not complaining.
Yeah.
If you make it that far and you've had to sacrifice, you've already sacrificed by mortgaging the future by paying for this rental player. Don't complain too
It's
much.
a second round pick anyways. All these conditions make it so the second becomes the first. I think it's a definite win for Calgary.
Oh, easily.
And you were right. I really expected maybe a draft pick, and that's about it for Russell, but
He's regarded as a big name.
that's a lot. He's regarded as a big name because there isn't that much available this year. If you look at last year, I'm pretty sure there was a trade. The Coyotes and Blues. The Blues got Zbigniew Mikalik from the Coyotes. I think from what I remember, they traded a big piece as well. I don't remember if it was a high draft pick or if they had given a player too. I think it was a draft pick. I can't remember if it was a first or a second or something along those lines, but your value in
At
the trade deadline
it's ridiculous.
rises because of everyone else.
Well,
Because Chris Russell, had he been signed now in the summer, he wouldn't be worth anything.
No.
But trade deadline, the only better defenseman, supposed better, is Dan Hamhuis.
I mean, last year, Antoine Vermette went for a first-round pick, and he's a third-line center.
And,
And then he went straight back to Arizona.
and I think Chicago regrets that move, not even one bit.
Well, no, of course not. It's really easy to do that when you win 50% of the cups in a 6-year span.
So,
Okay.
any other trades? I don't think so. I think it's still...
Yeah, we are at 2 p.m., 1 hour away from the trade deadline. Usually it takes until about 3:30 for all the trades to come in. There's a bit of a...
Well, basically, the deadline is at 3 o'clock,
Yeah.
and the trades leak in normally till about 4 o'clock because there's trades that have to finish paperwork
it's a
and
bit of a
finish
bottleneck.
being... Yeah, so they have to be finalized, and sometimes it surpasses the limit, which is fine. The trades still go through, but you cannot make an actual trade at 3:01. So it's very quiet. There's really nothing going on.
That's rather unfortunate. Haven't heard anything from Edmonton. Still waiting on potential Eberle. We know Yakupov won't be traded.
Really looking at another blockbuster by Montreal here. Can't understand Mike Brown, but
Hopefully.
you know this is kind of reminding me of that season where we finished last, the 2011-2012 season, and get to the deadline. We were one of the worst teams, and at that deadline we acquired, it was Brad Staubitz on waivers from, I believe it was the Minnesota Wild. And I think that's the exact same reason. We had gotten Brad Staubitz, who was a fourth-line fighter, grinder, whatever you want to call him. And that's what he was there for, to, in brackets, protect the young kids. This is identical. I mean, Mike Brown, Brad Staubitz, there isn't much difference. I mean, they're pretty similar. And I think...
It's the guy to make sure nobody gets hurt down the stretch into next year.
And
I guess
the more I want to hope it's to clear up a roster, to fill up a roster spot that will be empty.
It
I
doesn't
don't think
hurt
so.
anything.
I really think it's just going to be...
It's an admission that the season is over.
Yeah, pretty much. What I don't like about it, though, is we get it. You're trying to protect your young players. But it's still taking up a spot now on your roster. A spot that wouldn't be as bad if it wasn't already occupied by players like Smith Pelly
And Torrey Mitchell and Brian Flynn and Paul Byron.
and all these other, which I don't have a problem with. Torrey Mitchell, I think when he got hurt this season and he came back, is a totally different player. Not the same Torrey Mitchell that started the year. Brian Flynn's been Brian Flynn all year. Nothing you could say badly about him. He's
average. What do you want?
He's an average
fourth
player.
liner.
He's perfect fourth liner. I can't complain. Smith Pelly, we wanted something different from him. We didn't get it.
Smith Pelly, I'd be willing to just chalk him up as a loss and just trade him for for future considerations ultimately.
Yeah, well, I totally see Mike Brown coming in now and just taking his spot, because I wouldn't be able to tell you who's a better hockey player. I want to like Smith Pelly. I want to give him a chance, but he's had some chances now, and he hasn't seized any of them.
No. All right. Anything else? All right. Question.
Yeah.
I wrote an article yesterday. Right now, the Habs have Mike Condon and Ben Scrivens going into next season. Condon is still signed, but starting next season, he will not be exempt from waivers. Ben Scrivens is UFA going into the summer. And next season, should Carey Price return healthy, we'll have Price, Condon, Fucali, and Scrivens across the NHL and AHL. What do you do? Do you re-sign Scrivens? Do you let him walk? You find somebody else? Do you send Scrivens down? Do you send Condon down?
Deconnect du serveur.
What I would do next
Connect.
year,
Connection au serveur
I think
rigidity.
Condon with Price
Mauvaise
healthy
MOT de passer.
is perfect. What I said last year was the Canadians should dip into the free agency pool for an NHL backup. There wasn't many available. I mean, there was Ray Emery.
Yeah, and
It was a very weak
He didn't
pool.
even last in Toronto.
He didn't last. I think there was Anders Lindback, who's not great.
He's
He's with the Coyotes now.
I think he might be practically their starter.
Well, no,
But
they
I
have,
think
they have
Domingue-
Louis Domingue now.
Yeah, he's
but
stolen it, but for a
he
while
stole it,
he was
yeah.
plan A.
That's what kind of hurt us. There wasn't a deep pool. But I think we should have, you know what? We should have probably kept Peter Budaj. I think it would have been a much better option going forward. Condon, this was a situation that was possible. Carey Price gets hurt. What do? I don't think they ever analyzed Carey
You-
Price could be hurt for more than a week. If
You-
Price is out a week and Condon comes in and plays 3 games, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's what a backup does. But now you got Carey Price, who, again, I don't know why they never said it, because from December I've been saying he's done for the year. There's 20 games left. Carey Price skated with full equipment today.
Yeah.
He's done for the year. Why
they
didn't
should have
you go
planned
up?
for that.
And I keep hearing Bergevin saying there was no starting goaltenders available. I don't know. The San Jose Sharks just got themselves James Reimer.
Yeah, I was beating that drum pretty early on myself. James Reimer playing to a Vezina caliber. Apparently he wasn't
And he
even
was-
expensive.
And he was on the block.
Yeah.
The Anaheim Ducks, they're calling up John Gibson to play.
Maybe you can poach
Frederick
Frederick
Anderson. Frederick Anderson would have been a pretty good option. I don't know about you. I look at it this way: James Reimer. From what I remember reading a while back, the option to get him here was there.
Connect.
But I think Bergevin kept telling himself, Carey Price is going to come back. What are you going to do after? Carey Price, James Reimer?
But if Carey
Law
Price never
connection
comes
au
back,
serveur et écoute.
though, what are your
Distant
chances of
affirm law
winning
connection.
the cup anyway? I mean, yes, James Reimer is definitely an upgrade on Mike Condon, but what's it worth? You go from missing the
Connect.
playoffs to being swept in the first round. It's an improvement technically, but unless you're going all of the way, there's no replacement for
Law
Carey
connection au
Price.
serveur et écoute.
There's
They'll
just
never be.
Hello,
less.
distant affirm
There's
law
just less
connection.
terrible.
Exactly.
So upgrading on Mike Condon, you'll win more games, but at what cost? You won't
Connect.
get your Puljujarvi, Laney, or Matthews.
And I think going to next season, I would keep Condon. I really like the way he plays. I think he reminds me of Carey Price when he first started. Carey Price when he first started was exactly the way Condon is now. Gets in the net, allows a bad goal a game, because that's what Carey Price used to do when he started. He would come in nets, allow that bad goal, maybe even a second bad goal, but then he'd settle down, and then he was good. Condon looks exactly like Price did at the beginning. I don't think he's becoming Carey Price.
No, he's 25
Not even
years old.
close. But I think he would be the right option to keep him next season as the permanent backup, because now he has all this experience. He has the experience under a goaltending coach who basically molded the best goaltender in the league right now, as well as Corey Crawford,
Yeah.
as well as Antti Niemi when he won the cup in Chicago.
Yeah, Stephen
So-
Waite has a good resume.
He has a very good resume. So I personally think Condon would be ideal to keep.
See, I'd pick Scrivens more, just because Scrivens Scrivens' career numbers more or less the same as Condon, but the problem was he had to stop in Edmonton. And as we've
Yeah.
said, Edmonton is just a black hole for save percentage. It's where goalies go to die. It's a cursed town, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you look at his numbers before he went to Edmonton, he was league average. You could have considered maybe one day he'd be a fringe starter. He stops at Edmonton. He doesn't even get 90%. He's sent down to the AHL. He struggles there.
I wouldn't judge the AHL stats though.
Yeah.
That was just confidence issues completely. I wouldn't judge that.
Also, if the Edmonton Oilers have depth issues, can you imagine their AHL affiliate? Yeah, so in 9 games this season, he hasn't been great, but I haven't seen him let in anything awful. More just he hasn't made any spectacular saves. He gets scored on, and I sort of throw my hands up and go, well, what do you expect?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a 3-way passing play, or it's a cross-ice one-timer. I see Ben Scrivens as making the proper saves, the one you want him to make, whereas Mike Condon, he reminds me a bit of Andrew Hammond last year, as in he has moments of brilliance and moments of sheer improvisation that make you sweat.
Yeah.
And in general, it makes for a good show, but it's not what you want in your goaltender. You want somebody like Carey Price, who always looks in control. You don't want him managing the play. You want him controlling it. Scrivens doesn't control it like Price, but he's closer.
But you could also attribute that to the fact that he has NHL experience. This is Mike Condon's first season.
It is true.
I think with time, Mike Condon is going to get better. You could tell he has flashes that he's a good goalie. I can't guarantee he'll ever become a starter on another team. But I think the way he's playing now, in the last 5 or so games, I think he has a job in the NHL as a permanent backup.
He hasn't ruined his reputation like Takarsky
He hasn't.
has.
No,
And
Takarsky, no.
his numbers, the save percentage is meh, but it could still go up. And I think, I think they should re-sign Scrivens, and maybe assign Scrivens to the AHL, have him split time with Fucale, or assign Condon to the AHL, split time in St. John's.
I can't imagine Condon being in the AHL next year. After given all these games this year with this injury, I can't see him going down and splitting with Fucale. Not even being a full starter.
I do agree that I don't like him splitting time with Fucale, if only because I want Fucale to get games.
Exactly.
But I don't see him as being amazing in the NHL. He's played 40 or so games and done so mediocrely.
I think we keep him, but if, hope to God, knock on wood, Carey Price gets hurt again,
well, then you go and
you
you
gotta
commit.
get yourself a starter this
then
time.
you go and you commit.
Don't
whoever.
Don't repeat we're gonna wait for him to come back. We want to see what our team looks like with him. You can't do that again now.
Yeah.
Because I always say, you have your core guys. You have Subban, you have Pacioretty, you have Price. A year like this, they're getting a year older now. When the window closes and we no longer have Pacioretty, Price, Subban in their prime, what are we going to do after? We don't have another Subban coming up right now. We don't have that player. We don't have
Beauvilier's
that
the
player.
closest thing. And he's not Subban.
Beauvillier is never going to become Subban.
No, he's not going to be.
No matter how much people like Beauvillier, no matter how much people want to think he's going to be amazing, I don't see it.
No.
I don't see him becoming that top 2. Do I see him becoming a good top 4? Yes.
I see him becoming an okay top 2. And to be fair, we do have Alex Galchenyuk and Brendan Gallagher to fill in, the next generation, so to speak. But Max Pacioretty, Subban, and especially Price, you can't replace any of those 3. Brendan Gallagher, you could say, replaces Pacioretty.
But not so much. They're 2 completely different players.
I do look at their results, though, and I say it's very comparable.
That's very true, though.
Methodology completely off, but in terms of results, they bring the same thing.
And Gallagher not injured for a full month, I think would be our leading goal scorer right now.
Yeah, he would be, actually.
So, when Price is gone, I could guarantee you 100% our next goaltender, whether it's going to be Fucale or whether it's going to be a goaltender we're going to acquire via draft, via trade, whatever it may be, it will not be Carey Price. When Subban is gone, good luck acquiring a player even close to Subban. Because what we have now, we have superstars.
Yeah.
They're not just great players.
Also-
they're superstars.
Cheap superstar.
And they're cheap. Well,
Except
Subban.
for Subban's not cheap, but he's
Subban not
appropriately paid.
anymore.
But Price at 6.5 is appropriate. Pacioretty at 4.5 is amazing. Gallagher at 3.5 is unbelievable.
And we were talking about it though. A lot of people say Pacioretty is so good at 4.5. You're getting a lot out of a player making 4.5, but people have to realize that contract's going to expire.
About 3
And
years.
do
from
not
now, 3,
think
4.
And don't think Pacioretty's coming back for 4.5.
He's getting
That's
8.
not going to
He's
happen.
getting 8.
I say 8
Yeah.
minimum. I say a lot of these players are going to double. Carey Price makes 6.5. Carey Price is going to make at least 10.5.
What's convenient about Carey Price is his contract expires the exact same year that Alexei Emelin's contract expires. So that's Carey Price plus Alexei Emelin's 4.1. That's more or less covers the gap.
And I wasn't a fan of the trade. And this goes back to when we had first started, and I said Bergevin is one of those guys who doesn't like to admit mistakes. When he traded Josh Georges for Alexei Emelin, and he kept Alexei Emelin instead, that to me was one of the biggest mistakes he made, because I personally think the only reason he traded Georges instead of Emelin is because the contract Georges had signed was under Pierre Gauthier, which was the previous GM. Alexei Emelin, making 4.1 a year, was signed by Bergevin. He didn't want to admit the mistake that he gave a massive contract to a player who's not worth that much. So he said, you know what, let me trade the other guy's mistakes and make mine look good.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad theory, and it's really painful to think about.
And Georges makes less, and I don't care. I think Georges would have been the future captain of this team, I think he would have been much better than Emelin.
I think he's a top 6. He's not a great player, but when I compare it to Emelin, can't really complain too much.
I appreciate what Emelin does in terms of hitting, in terms of being physical,
That's about
but
it.
that's about it.
He doesn't score and he doesn't defend.
The thing I noticed with Emelin, he's very strong along the boards. When a player's coming down the boards, he's good at that. The second you pull Emelin into open ice,
Or you hand
he's
him the
lost.
puck at the point.
or at the point, he's lost. I always go back to that goal when we were playing Washington, not this past week, the meeting before. It was Jason Chimera scored a goal where he went around Emelin completely and gave himself a breakaway. I just think a guy like Subban, that would have never happened.
At the very
You know
least,
what?
would
A
have given
guy
him
like
a harder time.
Markov, as slow as he is, that would have never happened with Markov. Markov would have never got fished out like that. I think that's I think that's his biggest mistake.
Yeah, the Emelin contract's pretty bad.
The Emelin
especially the no
contract-
trade clause on the Emelin contract.
And trading Georges to keep him, that's where I would class my biggest mistake.
Do we have any other questions?
There's a few questions, but just to say there was no salary retained on the Russell deal.
All right.
Questions? There hasn't been that many questions. Well, Ericsson's no news on Ericsson yet.
No news on Drouin either.
Well, we're gonna take another 5 to 10 minute break, and hopefully while we're gone, something happens.
Yeah.
So
the deadline is in 43 minutes.
Yeah, actually,
TikTok.
before we take a break, we're just gonna we're gonna say the questions again for the contest. Remember, it's to win a Habs toque. You enter the contest by sharing the Facebook post, the HabsChronicle Facebook page, and liking the page as well. So the two questions were what was the first deadline acquisition made by Marc Bergevin last year at the deadline? And the second question is, who was the player traded to San Jose in order to acquire Josh Georges and a first-round pick that turned out to be Max Pacioretty? I mean, you
And-
could have saved yourself a game.
Yeah,
game.
and
And we're back, and we took a little longer than we thought. We had to really think about this Brandon Peary trade.
Yeah, it was just announced not too long ago that he was traded from the Florida Panthers to the Anaheim Ducks in exchange for a 6th-round pick. Yeah, that's it. Just a 6th-round pick for Brandon Peary, 24-year-old RFA center, former 20-goal scorer, gets a 6th-round pick and nothing else.
I don't see how guys like Dale Weiss, guys like Russell, guys like this can manage to pull off a 2nd-round pick, and Brandon Peary is only able to get a 6th.
Yeah,
And I read that Florida was pushing to get a 2nd, and then settled for a 6th. I don't see that gap. I'm just confused. I don't see how they managed to get to that gap from a 2nd to a 6th.
You'd think it'd be preferable just to keep him at that point.
Exactly. At that point, it's a 20-goal scorer. You could bash his defensive play all you want, but
It's still worth
still
something.
a 20-goal score. It's something.
Anyway, we have on the line another writer from HabsChronicle, Andrew. Andrew, how you going?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you all doing?
We're doing okay. We've been on the air for about 3-4 hours now.
It's a pretty snooze fest of a deadline.
Yeah.
Yeah, I stayed home, just skipped all of my classes today just to come and watch trade deadline, and it's been pretty uneventful so far. It's kind of disappointing.
Yeah, I'd say that gamble has more or less not paid off, but we appreciate having you on anyway.
Always glad to be here.
So we wanted to get your opinion. The Habs have a few players left that could be sold at the deadline. I mean, the deadline's in 18 minutes now, but still, we might see trades coming in the next hour. What do you think? Who could still leave?
Well, everyone was really conflicted over the Mike Brown pickup this morning, and I realized that the only reason that they would have picked him up is probably just to have a warm body that they don't need to call up from St. John's, because St. John's is pretty far away from the western road trip they're on right now, and that, say, if they trade Devontae Smith-Pelly at the deadline, which is still possible, and they also want to send down Lucas Lesio to the AHL so he's eligible for the playoffs, then they'll have a warm body that they can have right at their needs, I guess, rather than having to dress only 11 forward.
Do you think, though, this is a move that could just help protect the young players?
Yes and no. I mean, it'll definitely encourage players like McCarron and Beaulieu when he comes back not to fight necessarily, that Mike Brown could be that guy to make it so McCarron doesn't realize he doesn't have to necessarily fight to stand up for his teammates. And Devontae Smith-Pelly definitely hasn't been fighting anybody. He won't even stand up for himself most nights, never mind any teammates. So bringing in Mike Brown could bring in an aspect of toughness that could help the team in the long run.
Maybe, I guess. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know about
maybe.
long run because I'm pretty sure he's
Well,
done.
I'm
at
just
the end of
saying
the year.
that like we won't get any long-term injuries from any of our prospects, you know?
Okay, there is that argument to be made. Mostly, I would classify that more under devil's advocacy argument because I don't see too much of a benefit of getting Mike Brown. But I would like to ask you, what kind of return could you expect on Devontae Smith-Pelly? Because I'm not very high on him.
Especially knowing that Brandon Peary got a 6th.
Yeah, I've always been a really big supporter of the Sakatch for Devontae Smith-Pelly trade. I thought it was a really great trade, and that Sakatch was one of those players who had all the tools but no toolbox sort of idea. And at this point, though, Devontae Smith-Pelly isn't really much better than Sakatch. He does have the physical aspect, so I don't really see him getting anything more than a 5th to 7th round pick if they're going to trade him just for a pick.
See, I see him more. He hits well. He's built like a cinder block, but he doesn't skate. He doesn't shoot. Doesn't have hands, and he doesn't seem to have the best senses. And I look at all of the results of his play on ice. He makes everybody worse, and he doesn't put up points. To me, how old is he? 22, 23 at this point in his career?
I think he's a bit older than that, but
Really?
yeah. But
Oh, great. My opinion of him can go even lower, as mean as that is to say. But I don't see
he's
him.
20, he's 23.
Okay, he's 23. I don't
Yeah,
see that as being a desirable asset in today's NHL. A guy who, at 23, you can get a bit better. There's a bit of potential, but I don't see him proving much.
And it's funny because at the beginning of the season, like I was saying before, they brought up this whole thing that, wow, he lost 20 pounds. He's much lighter. He's quicker. And we kind of saw it at the beginning. The speed was there. And then, along with the Canadians, he started to get slower and slower and slower. And now we're back to the Smith Pelly of last season. I'm going to be honest. The fact that he even has 6 goals is mind-blowing. To know that he has more goals than guys like Brian Flynn, all these other fourth liners. I don't know, it mind boggles me a bit.
One big thing I've noticed about Devontae Smith-Pelly is that he actually does have a really nice shot. He's just so incapable of having the amount of time to get it off. That's his problem, honestly. Is just like Christian Thomas, his shot is pretty accurate and it's pretty strong as well, but he just is not able to create the time and space to get it off at all. So he has to resort to trying to bang it in off the rebounds and stuff like that, which is really how he scored most of his goals this year.
Yeah, and it plays into Michel Therrien's system, but Michel Therrien's system is pretty low percentage hockey, mostly shooting for rebounds. And anyway, I'm not a fan of the system or of DSP, really.
But we keep talking about the system, and the system has been put in question by the players themselves. Not directly, but indirectly, they were saying, I remember the interview with Mike Condon, where he was saying, yeah, I would like to have more goal support. I'd love to have my team score more goals. But we have to follow a system. Max Pacioretty went out and said something along the lines of, we have to follow a system. The system has worked for us in the past. It's going to work for us again. I don't think that's how systems work. I don't think they make full 360s where they come back. I think at some point people just figure you out. And they know how to block your system, which is exactly what's happened now.
I see it more as there's potential that the players have recognized that the system they're playing in is limited, and they're putting up a united diplomatic front that we will continue to play in this system, and we're just going to buy into it. They haven't said they liked it. They haven't complimented it whenever being given the chance, but they're going to play to the system. Yeah, they're consummate professionals. You can't blame them for that. But yeah, Michel Therrien needs to go. The system is crap.
And I do find a lot of systems take away from some of our players. I remember when we still had Jacques Martin as our coach, Thomas Plekanec was often told to sacrifice some of his offensive potential and his point production in order to play defensively. I think Plekanec could easily be a 70-point player and be defensive at the same time. It's just in his nature to be that two-way forward. I just don't like how basically a lot of our players are being told to take away a part of their game that makes them successful in order to accomplish another task.
I mean, the plan seems to always be you get in, you either chip it into the zone, or you bring it in, you take a lazy shot on net from the perimeter and hope for a rebound. It doesn't matter if you're Brian Flynn or Alex Galchenyuk, that's going to be plan A. Even if Galchenyuk has enough skill to deke into the slot or try to thread a pass, no, you take a shot on the goalie's pads and hopes he gives you something to work with. It's low percentage hockey. They've outshot their opponents most of the year, but it's because they're taking low quality shots that their opponents are going to let them take. And it's what cost them the series against Tampa Bay last year. They recognize that they're taking all their shots from the perimeter, so the Tampa Bay D decide they collapse towards their own net. They cover the slot. They make sure there are no rebounds. And Ben Bishop's a big guy. He blocks most of the net. So you take unimaginative shots, he's not going to give you too many soft goals, despite the fact that he gives it enough already.
And Bob McKenzie just posted on Twitter that Tampa Bay may wait till draft if they don't find a here and now return for Drouin. And so that still leaves a little bit to be desired for the rumors that everyone's been talking about. But we'll see soon enough whether or not Drouin actually gets traded today in the deadline.
Do you think it's a good thing that Drouin will be out of hockey this whole time? Because he's not playing anywhere now.
He's just sitting at home in Montreal.
He's in Montreal now. He's not playing. He decided himself, along with his agent, that they're not even going to bother playing the American Hockey League.
Well, I think that he's been working out a lot and staying fit for sure. Like, he wouldn't just let his body go to waste all the time he's been there. Definitely his not being with the team and all that definitely changes an aspect, and for sure. But I think that he'll still be really productive player when he comes back to an NHL team, and it's even been reported that when he does find a new team, he doesn't mind playing in the AHL for a little bit just to get his form back, but he just wants to start all over again on a new team.
What's your best take on which team he should be on?
I would have said Anaheim earlier today when it would have probably been Drouin for Vatanen, something around that sort of deal. But I'm not sure whether or not the Puri trade might change something around there. But I'd still say Anaheim for sure because they definitely have the defenseman that Tampa Bay is looking for. But if I were to give another option, I would say Minnesota for the other team. Even though they've been reported out, I think they're another team that fits the needs that Tampa Bay wants from Drouin, sort of thing.
And you're mentioning Vatanen from the Ducks, but I read somewhere yesterday, it was on Twitter, I can't remember which person it was, but they were saying how they were close to an extension, or they were talking about an extension with Vatanen, something along the lines of a 6-year deal. So if that's the case, then I think Drouin to Anaheim is not happening. The one that's been rumored for the longest time now has been to St. Louis for Kevin Shattenkirk. That would be doable. I could see it happening, but I could also see Minnesota, like you say. I see a guy like Matthew Dumba possibly going the other way, or Jonas Brodin, one of these young defensemen who have a lot of potential. And I personally see Matthew Dumba as being really good. He has somewhere around 10 goals this year, and he's putting up the numbers that got him drafted where he was drafted.
The thing about Matthew Dumba is that, honestly, I think that Minnesota views him as a potential top pairing defenseman in the future. Whether or not that's actually going to happen, we don't know, but I don't think Minnesota would be willing to do that trade, even though Matthew Dumba would be the target that Eisman would look for if he were to deal Drouin to Minnesota. And to hit back on the Vatanen deal, I saw this morning, I think it was the Ducks beat writer, I'm not sure though, he reported that the $6 million times 6 year deal for Vatanen was false and that it wasn't true at all. So I'm not sure whether or not Vatanen's still looking for a number around $6 million or not. It still remains to be seen, but I think that Eisman, given his good GMing skills and good, he's really solid at signing players to the correct cap hit. If he were to attain Vatanen, he could probably sign him to a good long-year deal.
So there's 7 minutes left until the deadline. Once all these trades are done and all the rosters are locked in for the playoffs, Justin DiPaolo asked on Twitter, who do you think will be the biggest choke in the first round?
I'm going to say Dallas.
You say Dallas?
Really?
Yeah. I just think that for some reason, Niemi is going to completely just fall on his head and just, I mean, the opposite of stand on his head and just completely fall apart in that Lettinen's just not going to be able to stand the load after Niemi doesn't have a very good start. And I think their goaltending situation is just not going to be able to hold out through the first round.
See, what's interesting about that, though, is Dallas is most likely going to face St. Louis in the first round. So if Dallas does choke, that'll be the first time in a while that St. Louis has seen the second round of the playoffs.
That's true. But in the same aspect, I think that this year St. Louis's goaltending situation is a lot stronger than people seem to think it is. Jake Allen, believe it or not, is actually a really good goaltender right now, and he's honestly, I'd say he's better than Niemi and Lettinen. And
I'd agree,
I think
yeah.
Pardon?
I'd agree, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that Dallas's offense is really top heavy, in that St. Louis, they have all their forwards are really solid defensively, and I think that they could shut down Dallas's top two lines, because after that, Dallas has nothing for forward depth.
They also have them beat on the blue line, I'm pretty sure.
That's also true.
Okay, so there is an update about the Louis Eriksson situation. The Boston Bruins have released. They have a press release that said they are done for the day. That Louis Eriksson's not moving.
And I think that's a smart thing to do. I think they have to keep him, and they have to find a way to get him locked up.
Yeah.
they do have some players coming up. They do have David Pasternak. They do have Seth Griffith. They have
Ryan
some names
Spooner.
coming up. Ryan Spooner, right? So I still think you need to keep guys like Eriksson because I mean we're talking about a player who's just good. He's good and he has a great two-way game, which is a good role model for all these up and coming, rookies. He's a great passer. He's shown he could score goals. I mean, he's the complete package of a player. He doesn't put up 100, but he puts up, I'd say, 60 points, between 60 and 70. So
Good complimentary piece.
it's a great complimentary piece. Again, like I like to say a lot about Plekanec because I have a soft spot for him. But when Thomas Plekanec is here, the players that come up, they see what kind of player he is, and it kind of they mold off that, kind of like an Andrew Gatto, Daniel Carr, all these players that have come up and have somehow found a way to play on a line with him. They're all little things they pick, and they learn. And I think Eriksson is that kind of player in Boston. Not as big as Patrice Bergeron, but I still think he could really help out the young and up-and-coming rookies for that team.
Does anyone else think this is the worst deadline ever?
Oh yeah, totally. No, you're not alone.
There's absolutely nothing going on right now.
Well, it was to be expected. The last 3 days had
Yeah.
everyone move.
Stahl and Ladd. Those are the two big ones for me.
I still thought there was going to be a lot of deals today, like Verbata, Peranto. There's still Ham Hughes out there, but
Yeah, I did expect more Toronto trades. Well, they have been active, but still, there's something about that management group. They seem crafty. And
Yeah.
there is a rumor that Chicago and Toronto are talking Bickle.
true.
But that was expected because of late it just looks like Toronto is doing all these teams favors. Again, going back to Brooks Light, going back to Alex Stalock, going back to Rafi Torres,
Nathan Horton.
Nathan Horton. They're doing all these teams favors in order to take their big caps, in order to acquire more draft picks. They do have 28 draft picks coming up now in the next next three drafts. Sorry, they have 28 draft picks, and they're not done stockpiling because they have to get rid of Paranto. They have to get rid of Michael Grabner. If they could somehow find a way to move Jonathan Bernier, that could get them something.
I think they'll move him next year.
It's going to be tough, but I think
right now,
I think the Coyotes would be a decent fit for Bernier.
if he plays any better. Right now, I don't think he's an upgrade on Domingue.
No, I don't think so at all. But it's less pressure, less.
He's not an upgrade on
Attention.
a lot of people.
He's not. I agree. And at his salary, I think he makes $4.5 a year.
Especially for a team like Arizona, that's really not very attractive.
Mark Lazarus of the Chicago Sun, he's a beat reporter, just posted on Twitter saying the Blackhawks and Bickle camp are trying to make it happen before the deadline to move him out, and they're probably trying to move Bickle just so they can open up the cap space for Ham Hughes. That would be my guess, anyways.
So
Well, if they want to do all this stuff, they're going to have to hurry up because there's only 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
Yeah. So we'll probably see it happen within the next half hour or so. And by see it happen, like have the news reach us.
And per Ken Holland, the Detroit Red Wings have not made any trades, so we don't expect any trades from them, I guess.
Yeah, there was a bit of a question there that a few days ago they healthy scratched Brendan Smith on defense, so there was question whether they would be moving him, but
That would have been a disaster for them.
that would have been a pretty bad move. Brendan Smith, very reliable defenseman.
Well, they already don't have very many defensemen. Nicholas Cronwall's getting up in AHEs. I see him as somebody that's dropped off a lot. Brendan Smith and Mike Green, I found, were the only two bright spots in their blue line. If they go shipping away one of them, they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna get fair value because I don't think they value him properly themselves. Same thing with Jakob Kindle. They give him away for a late round pick. I think they should have been keeping him in place of. Well, okay, they should have been giving him at least some ice time.
Well, Jakob Kindle has been there a while, and he has had many chances. It just he hasn't seized it.
I see it as him having seized it, but them not giving him his due. But I suppose that's personal opinion. Anybody else?
So that's
And
3 o'clock. Deadline is up.
Marc Antoine Godin just posted on Twitter that Mike Condon is going to be facing the Sharks tonight.
Sorry, that's our buzzer for the end of for the deadline.
there's another tweet out by Matthew Sakaris. Says, just heard from the Canucks source, no Hamhuis deal getting done. So Dan
Wow.
Hamhuis not moving.
Oh my
That's, going back to what we were saying earlier, how the Canucks only have limited amount of pieces they can move. And Dan Hamhuis not being moved,
Oh my god,
very,
that team
very
is a
questionable.
disaster.
they're making their situation much worse than it already is.
So they just got
Ouch.
0 because they could have gotten a first. I mean, if you just value it in terms of draft picks, that could have been a first rounder.
What about Verbata too? Like if they don't move Verbata, that's even worse. Worse.
There was a tweet earlier. Chicago was in talks with Vancouver. Now, I don't know if that has to do with Dan Hamhuis. I don't think they have enough space for that. I'm not sure.
Oh,
Well,
Renaud
if they
Lavoie
move-
just posted that the Hurricanes traded John Michael Lyles to
Yeah.
the Bruins.
Yeah, there was a tweet on that earlier. It was possible, and yeah. So the Carolina Hurricanes trade John Michael Lyles to the Boston Bruins.
And then one of, surprisingly, just about the second or third largest deal of the day.
That's really sad for the Bruins. John Michael Lyles, he's an okay bottom pairing defenseman, but at this point, I don't know if he's any upgrade over what they have.
I think he's decent.
Not more than that.
Mm,
The days of the way he was in Colorado, that's over. Let's be honest. His career went downhill the second he joined the Leafs.
Yeah.
So,
as it does for so many.
as it does for so many. The Leafs, though, expected to trade so many players, they didn't trade anyone.
Yeah, Parenteau staying in
Parenteau's
Toronto.
there. Grabner's still there.
I mean, they'll get a chance to trade Parenteau again next year because he stated that his family in Toronto, he wants to stay there, which is really weird for a guy in his early 30s to want to stay in a rebuilding city that will, chew him up and spit him out. So they will get a chance to trade him again next year, but it is a bit of a disappointment. They could have gotten a second-round pick for P.A. Parenteau. He could have gone on a playoff run and still come back. I wonder maybe he did actually get hurt last night, or the other night rather, against the Habs.
But I don't
That's
think
true.
I don't think that was the deciding factor. I think he was fine. I think they held him out more as a precaution so that they would be able to trade him today.
Well, okay. I think the smart thing to do would have been not to play him against
Ideally,
Montreal or in
exactly,
the
don't
game
play
before.
him at all.
I mean, he'd already made his value apparent. Simply put, sucks to be the Leafs.
So, again, going back to the question asked before by Justin DiPaolo, who do you think is going to be the first team to choke come the NHL playoffs?
Look at this standings. See, okay, Colorado doesn't count as a choke.
No, they're not expected to be cup contenders anyways, but
I'd want to say the Rangers.
you want to say the Rangers?
Yeah, because they have Henrik Lundqvist. Henrik Lundqvist is amazing. I consider him a shade below a healthy Carey Price. But they have no defense.
I can see that.
They have Ryan McDonough's pretty good. Keith Yandel's very good. Outside of that, I don't see
Well,
much.
they have Girardi, they have Stahl, they have Klein,
Yeah, Girardi's one of those guys. You look at, I mean, I go back to
Van
numbers.
Stats. Yeah,
He is just an anchor. Same thing with Stahl. There's a lot of the blue liners on that team are suspiciously, they're suspiciously bad in advanced numbers, and their forward core has gotten better. They got Eric Stahl, and it does seem like they've recognized that the king is not going to be himself for much longer, so they need to make a run of it with the group that they have. But I see them as an imperfect team that's making one last-ditch attempt to win with their core. And I know the Islanders that they're going up against, they're not the most formidable team either, but I look at the Islanders, I see a bit more complete. It's all right goaltending, decent blue line, decent forwards. And I see the Rangers as imperfect and overrated. So there you go. Choke of the first round.
for me,
Jonathan Drouin not traded as per Pierre LeBrun. What are your thoughts on that?
That's to be expected. They don't have a timetable.
yeah, that's exactly it. There's no timetable. whether they traded him now or that they keep him and trade him till the off season.
Yeah, he's on his entry-level contract
Exactly.
until it expires next year. So they still have another year of it. And even then, he's an RFA. There's no rush for him, except for his value is only going to keep going down. So they do need to consider it. Consider moving sooner rather than later, but it's not like he loses all his value starting like 3 o'clock today.
It is disappointing that he's not playing. Yeah, I mean,
Sounds
you could say he's working out every day. He's in the gym. He's doing all that. But no matter how much you work out,
Yeah,
it's not.
he's not playing
You're
hockey.
not playing.
Not even in the AHL, not even the ECHL.
Whether NHL, AHL, Europe, it's professional hockey. He's not playing professional hockey right now, and that's what a guy like that needs. He's a young player. He's supposed to be a future superstar. The guy's got to play. He's not playing in Tampa, and now he's not playing anywhere else either.
Yeah, it should be killing his development at the very least.
Sounds like Shane Prince is going from the Ottawa Senators to the Islanders for a third-round pick.
Shane Prince, I'm pretty sure he was a strong prospect, no?
Yeah.
I think he had 12 points in 40-odd games this year.
Not bad.
So Shane Prince gets a third. Brandon Peary gets a sixth.
Yeah,
We're
not
always
getting-
going back to
We're
that.
not
but
getting past that
it's-
one, are we?
Hey,
Uh,
it's Dale Talon who made the trade for Florida, so he's a very intelligent general manager. If I was the Florida Panthers, I would.
I see he makes some good moves, and then he signs Dave Bolland.
I say the reason he signed Dave
That's
Bolin
the-
is just straight out of the Blackhawks days.
But
He
that's
had
a
him in Chicago,
Huge
so-
swing and a miss.
Yeah, big time.
And this, again, you could see it coming. He wasn't that good a player beforehand. He was mostly, character and intangibles that had gotten that contract, and now he's in the AHL. It just wasn't a smart signing. You could see that it was not going to work out. That his value was being pumped up by other GMs like Dave Nonis at the time.
Yeah, because he didn't even play a full season in Toronto, so I have no clue where all this value came out of. I'm pretty sure he had gotten injured with the Leafs.
Yeah, he
So-
didn't play the entire year with them.
So signing with the Panthers now, he got this massive contract, and he's injured again.
Which is actually a godsend to them because his production for his cap hit is horrendous. They'd much rather have him be injured than playing in the AHL, taking up $4.5 million of cap space.
One thing to keep in mind is that Jonathan Drouin can still technically be traded after the trade deadline. He's just no longer eligible for
Playoffs.
the playoffs. So
Yeah.
technically, still a team like Montreal Canadiens, who likely won't make the playoffs at this point, could technically trade for him, or another team like Minnesota if they end up falling out of the race. Teams like that may try to get a leg up on the competition before the draft, when there would be a lot more competition.
That's very true. So
It's worth considering.
it's
He might
wor-
still
definitely
move.
yeah, it's definitely worth considering, knowing a team like Montreal. That's right, not making the playoffs. I mean, no matter how you look at it, you want to be mathematical about it. There's a chance. You want to be realistic. There's no chance. So, if you want to get him in order to play him now till the end of the year, that's fine. What are you going to give up for him? Too much. I think that's a card we just discard and just not worry about it and focus on other players.
Yeah.
And
Chris Johnston reported that the Flames may have another small deal in the works. So we're going to see what that
if
is.
it's a small deal for the Flames, I'm gonna guess maybe David Jones,
That's true.
possibly the only player I could think of. The Rangers on Twitter, the Rangers did not make any other moves today. Pretty sure they made their big splash yesterday.
Yeah, no kidding. They could have used another defenseman, but
So it was Shane Prince in a 7th for a 3rd-round pick.
Interesting to say the least.
Shane Prince, when was he drafted?
I think Shane Prince was a high draft pick.
He was drafted in the second round,
The second round
2011
pick,
second
right?
round, yeah.
and I think that next year he's waiver eligible, so I think that they wanted to ship him out and get a pick for him while they still could for the most part.
Because there was a lot of talk about him lately.
Yeah, that he wasn't being properly used in Ottawa, and I guess this way, They gain a bit of roster flexibility. They don't have to worry about sending him up or down or limiting what they can do on their bottom two lines in terms of prospects. Instead, they can call up other guys from Birmingham.
So, this has been really, really uneventful.
Yep.
There was a couple names that got moved, but all the big names stayed put.
Is it Calgary DSP trade maybe?
That's just my own speculation.
All right.
We'll see here. Wouldn't be surprised that a team takes a flyer on Devontae Smith-Pelly just as a kind of like a test him out, see if he's worth anything before the end of the year.
I'd love to see him go for any value at all, because otherwise I see him just walking to free agency once his RFA contract is up.
Smith Valley.
Yeah.
I don't see them giving him a qualifying offer. That's for sure.
Yeah, so.
You know, maybe you never know. Maybe Devontae Smith-Pelly for maybe someone like Sean Monahan plus Sam Bennett. You know,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
in one
yeah.
package because you never know.
That was
Yeah,
just
maybe-
fine with Monahan. Now you're saying too much when you're throwing in Bennett as well.
Yeah, maybe if he's one of the contracts that is just thrown in for the sake of it, then fine. But no. So
We shall see.
what players did not end up getting traded? We have Drouin, we have Ham Hughes, we have Eriksson,
Verbata, Paranto.
Verbata, Parenteau, Grabner. Oh, Grabner was going to be hard to move. He is a cap hit. I know you can retain, but
I'm pretty sure Grabner only makes like $1 million
I think his cap hit is bigger than that.
because he was.
It's
He
like 3.5, 4.5, something like that.
Yeah, it's 3.
Was he not signed as a free agent, or he was traded there?
Yeah.
He was traded for a massive offload of prospects from Toronto going to New York.
Yeah,
Remember,
like-
there was like 5 prospects.
Like
Sin.
5 low.
There was
5
another
low
big
prospects.
name today that was rumored to be traded and wasn't. That's Jamie McGinn from the Buffalo Sabres. One of those really good depth players that could occasionally come up in the top of your lineup. There was some talk that maybe the Florida Panthers would go get him, but
Oh,
nothing there.
another deal. Stempniak to Boston. That'll be interesting.
Stempniak to Boston.
Lee Stempniak. So really the Devils are throwing in the towel now.
Yeah, it was said before the deadline that both Carolina and the Devils were kind of bowing out of the playoff race, but decided to sell anyway.
I think Stempniak is going to go to a team, going to completely falter, do absolutely nothing for them, and then go back to New Jersey in the offseason and then just light it up again next season.
That's crazy. He gets traded every single season.
I know.
The sign of being moderately useful.
Like, he's been in Toronto, St. Louis, Calgary, Rangers, Pittsburgh, Jets.
Because he's a good scorer, but that's
Devils.
about it. Not very good at defense.
I'm going to be surprised here if it's anything less than like a third round pick plus a prospect
Well, he
For
did.
Stempniak.
for Stempniak, yes.
Yeah.
Well, he's been producing really well in the team that has been known to not score.
One name that I am surprised wasn't moved today is Jamie McGinn from the Buffalo Sabres.
Did we say that?
I think he's a player that
I
they
had
could have.
I had
they had
said that. I
shot-
don't
we
think
did
we
just
heard it.
say that, yeah.
We just said that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening. I guess.
No, it's cool. Don't worry
That's
about
fine.
it.
But he
Oh,
was a player that I'm sure they would like to sign for a deal as long as it's reasonable.
Well, I was saying earlier how there was the Florida Panthers that were looking at him. But I think now that they added Hoodler and that they added Purcell, they added Kindle, I think they're starting to run out of room now.
yeah, that's why they got rid of Puri. Maybe. Although, I don't know if he was worth shipping out for a 6th round pick, but
We've still yet to see whether or not Boston's overpaid for their 2 rental players.
The John Michael
interesting.
Lyles deal wasn't announced, was it?
Not yet. And I'd be really surprised if New Jersey dealt Lee Stempniak and not David Schlemko. Because you'd think if they're going to trade one, they'd trade both.
Well, I mean, David Schlemko was kind of a minor assessment, really. I mean,
Well-
Stempniak was the bigger fish.
David Schlemko has had a really great season in New Jersey this year.
Yeah, and apparently from what I heard, his advanced numbers were really good too.
Shut.
That is correct. This year, when New Jersey kind of lost faith in Jelena, they turned to David Schlemko to be their first pairing shot from the point. And that's how Schlemko's had a lot of success this season, by playing for a team that could usually use a little bit more from their defensemen.
Yeah, a tiny bit of an offensive defenseman.
Yeah,
Good two-way play.
He's played really well this year.
Yeah, and he's not moved.
So the Minnesota Wild brass have not responded yet to whether or not they're standing pat. And Mike Harrington, who's a beat reporter for the Buffalo Sabres, just said McGinn ? On Twitter. So maybe a McGinn to Minnesota Wild deal is up in the works.
Minnesota, though, is they going for it? They're currently 2 points out of a playoff spot.
Okay, the return for John Michael Lyles appears to be, and this according to Pierre Lebrun, a 3rd-round pick, a 5th-round pick, and prospect Anthony Camara. Anthony Camara, we remember, played for Team Canada in the juniors. He was a little similar to Gallagher. He was like a wrecking ball kind of player. Really bounced around everywhere. A smaller type player. Wasn't able to cut a spot in Boston for a while now.
That's a decent return.
It's a decent return, especially for John Michael Lyles, who on some teams wouldn't even cut their starting 6.
I'd say he's top 6, but maybe an okay top 4. But anytime you get multiple draft picks, that is a pretty good return, especially with a prospect.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, from what I've been told, analytically speaking, it's better to have a 3rd and a 5th than a 2nd. Or it's better to have 2 4ths than a 2nd. It's a good old-fashioned quantity over quality argument.
So that's for John Michael Lyles, Lee Stempniak. It hasn't been said yet.
This is really, really astonishing how little trades went down this trade deadline.
Oh my god, okay, people are not happy with Jim Benning. There's a Twitter account by the name of Fire Jim Benning that, well, I'd repeat the tweet, but it has a lot of profanity, and it says specific things about Jim Benning, Trevor Linden, and the entire front office of that team. So if you want to get a vibe for... If you want to, get a feel for the vibe coming out of Vancouver, they're not very happy that Dan Hamhuis is still there.
Oh, and it looks like the other small deal for Ottawa is just a minor league deal. It's nothing of substantial.
Mostly rearranging about this time.
Well, it is important to... It's important that we say that we're talking about McGinn possibly being moved to Minnesota now. Buffalo and Minnesota have made trades together at the past 3 deadlines. I mean, we remember Chris Stewart being traded to Minnesota. We remember Matt Molson being traded to Minnesota. We remember Jason Pominville being traded to Minnesota. So there's definitely a relationship there between the 2 general managers.
I'm just really surprised there was no Columbus Blue Jackets to Los Angeles King deal this year. Considering there was the Carter deal and the Gabrick deal, there seems like it was a yearly tradition for them.
Yes, wasn't Scott Hartnell supposed to be on the trading block?
There was reports that during the game during the game 2 days ago, it was the Columbus Blue Jackets against the Florida Panthers, and they were waiting for the game to end to take Scott Hartnell and tell him he's been traded to Nashville, but that never panned out.
Looks like the Ducks have another deal. And we're going to see what that is soon, but Chris Johnston believes that there's another deal in the works, so that might be McGinn as well.
Yeah, not a very big deadline if the last thing we're waiting to hear from is Jamie McGinn.
That's true. And I'm honestly just really surprised that Marc Bergevin just didn't do anything else today. I really thought that with that Mike Brown move, he was going to move somebody out, and that Mike Brown was just like a backup for an extra body.
Ultimately, I'm satisfied. There's not much for them to do at this deadline other than maybe acquire one of the Edmonton guys and try to make the core a tiny bit younger. But usually, that kind of move, you can wait until the draft to do it. It's a bigger business day. This is a day for desperate teams that are contending and desperate teams that are rebuilding. And the Habs are kind of in an odd spot where they can afford to be complacent.
Montreal, they're the same every year. It's never about rebuilding. It's about retooling. It's always about adding those spare parts that we move out at some point during the season. We're not going to accept going through what Toronto's going through. There's no way.
That wouldn't go over well.
We
I'm a
lose
fan
5
of-
in a row and everyone freaks out. Imagine not being relevant forever.
Yeah,
Because the Leafs have not been relevant.
I'm a fan of what they're doing. I mean, I think a lot of the problem with Toronto is that it took them so long to get to it. They were so many years where they were mediocre, almost good enough to make the playoffs, not quite, in a few years where they were terrible. And now they're committing to going through the full curve of awful to
Yeah.
cup contention. I don't mind that idea of, okay, we're gonna suck right now. We're gonna really go for all the draft picks, and then we're gonna come back strong. What bothers me is being complacent and just being bad. Not good, not terrible, just bad. So I can stand a half season of this, what the Habs are doing, but if this continues into next year, I'm really not going to be happy because the team isn't quite bad enough to get Austin Matthews, but it isn't good enough to really root for in games and expect to make the playoffs. So I don't want them to lose and I don't want them to win. There's not much to watch for anymore.
Yeah, and I find we're not going to get in the top 3 either.
And
Obviously.
without some good
So,
luck.
I mean, we really have to lose every game now till the end of the season. That's not going to happen.
It'd be
There
nice.
is a user on Twitter who has their own charts. I'm not sure who it is, but they're called sadness charts, where you have the least amount of percentage to make the playoffs combined with the least amount of percentage to get a good draft pick. And Montreal has been
The
in
worst.
the sadness chart for quite a while now, where they have a really low chance of making the playoffs and a really low chance of getting a top 3 pick.
Well, considering we're only
God
5
damn
points
it.
out of a playoff spot, it's kind of hard to even imagine getting a top 3 or even a top 5. I mean, we're not that far out, but people think we're in last place nearly, and we're going to end up getting an Austin Matthews, or someone else. But realistically, we're going to end up picking like top 15.
Well, I think we get a top 10 pick, but
Top 10, yeah, most probably, but if they keep playing the way they've been playing recently, you never know. We might start winning a few games, and we kill our chances at anything.
I really hope they
good.
don't.
The one good positive thing about Montreal going on a tear at the end of the year, if there is any positive to pull from this, is that it sends a message to all the UFAs that this year was a throwaway year and that next year we're coming to play. It'll give us, it's not that next year we're going to be retooling again, that we're going to be a mediocre team. Next year we're going to be contending, and that it's a message to all the UFAs, come here and next year we'll be a contender sort of idea.
Yeah, we're not quite giving up all the prospects. We're barely even retooling. We're just saying we're going to fix our problems. Well, I don't have much confidence that they're going to fix the problems tactically, but they're saying this year is a one-off. Come see us again next year. We'll be fine. Now there is a trade to announce. New York Islanders have acquired forward Marc-Andre Clichet from the Colorado Avalanche in exchange for forward Taylor Beck.
Very minor.
Blockbuster of the century.
Yeah.
That's what it's been. All the blockbusters already happened. Now we're just getting in all the minors. Because there was the Ottawa-Minnesota trade.
That as well.
Yeah, Ottawa
That
traded
moved.
Connor Allen for forward Michael Karanen. That was
Second time
reported.
this year that Connor Allen's been moved. He was initially in the move with the Nashville Predators earlier on in this year, and he's not a bad defenseman. He's actually almost a serviceable NHL defenseman at this point for number 7, number 8, but he just keeps like getting moved and doesn't really have any chance with any NHL team. And there seems to be a lot of little moves still coming. Blackhawks still have a move. The Penguins have a little move coming still. And it looks like P.A. Parenteau just did not get traded by the Leafs.
No, he didn't. It was according to Renaud
Renaud
Lavoie.
Lavoie.
Yeah. No
And
one.
it also looks
no partner.
like the Predators have an AHL. This is all as per Craig Custance from ESPN.
He's been actually reporting a lot of the trades first. He's been having the inside scoop on a lot of them.
Yeah, I was quite surprised, honestly. There is one. There's usually a list of insiders that I have that I know for sure whatever they report just isn't made up, and I'm gonna have to add Craig to that now because he's been on top of it for sure.
This has been his deadline.
Certainly.
All right, it looks like we're towards the end of any of the relevant trades.
We're still gonna stay on and announce all the minor league trades.
Yeah.
But anything important, really, I don't think anything else is gonna leak through.
I don't think so.
I think the deal of the day was Bodker, really, to Colorado was the big name, and Chris Russell, I guess. But
The Chris Russell deal is just mind-blowing how bad it is for Dallas, in my opinion.
It's a trade deadline. People make desperate decisions. You need a defenseman. You want to load up for the playoffs, and you see this guy is a big name. He looks good by the eye test, so now I have my opinions. Shut up. Laugh at me. All right, so
Still haven't heard anything on the Lee Stempniak deal.
no, maybe they got him.
Maybe someone like Koklichev? Alex Koklichev?
That could make sense.
'Cause-
That guy could not cut a spot on the team.
I'd imagine they'd prefer to deal him rather than a pick.
okay, so now that I'd say the rosters are more or less set for what's going to happen in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Eastern Conference, who's your top 4 likely teams to succeed?
Top 4 to succeed. I mean, you have to say the Washington Capitals.
Yeah, okay, Washington
Washington
first.
Capitals. I always throw in the Tampa Bay Lightning because they're still a very good team.
Hmm.
The Rangers are always there. And that fourth one always
Florida
comes as a
Panthers.
bit. I want to say the Florida Panthers, but I don't know. There's just something about them. They have a really great coach, and I'm not saying that because I'm biased on Gerard Gallant, but I think he's a very great coach. There's something about them. I don't know if they're going to be able to continue what they started on this year into the playoffs. I'd be more tempted to take a team possibly like the Bruins, maybe. I think the Bruins they might still be weak defensively, but they still have the experience and they still have some very good pieces in order to advance far. I don't think they could beat out the Washington Capitals. I don't think they could beat out the Lightning, but I think they're going to be a surprising team.
I look at it and I see obviously Washington is strong, but I do see Pittsburgh as being a bit underrated. I mean, they had Mike Johnston as their coach earlier this year, and he wasn't very good. And people are saying Sidney Crosby's finished. He's no longer, like, he's obviously still a superstar, but he's no longer the best player in the world. And then they changed their head coach, and now he's right back up there. I mean, they're playing like a much better team. They're playing like they did under Dan Bilesma when he was there. So I see that change as kind of pushing them back towards where they should be, especially they had a lot of expectations when they went out and they acquired Phil Kessel. I think now with this new coach, those expectations are a bit more realistic. So if they get Florida in the first round, if they can manage that, then they have a great chance. If they get Washington in the first round, I give them maybe a better chance to upset than people would expect, but yeah, obviously still Washington. And I do give the Lightning a lot of respect too. Their team hasn't really changed since last year much.
And it's funny because you look at how they're pretty tight defensively, and I was looking at specifically Anton Strawman, and I was looking at his position, like when he was on the New York Rangers, right? The season they went to the finals against the LA Kings, he was a UFA at the end of that season, and he signed this massive contract in Tampa. And at that point, I was telling myself, wow, this is the worst contract of the entire free agency. I mean, you just paid a sixth defenseman, like, over, I think he makes over $5 million, or
comparable to
very close to
Niskanen
that.
and Orpik.
Yeah, so I was thinking, wow, this is terrible, and he turned out to be one of the most reliable stay-at-home shutdown defensemen, probably the best one Tampa has, even better than Hedman in that domain. Now, we're not going to talk about all-around game, because Victor Hedman is Victor Hedman, but Anton Strawman became one heck of a shutdown defenseman. The chance was never there in New York, but in Tampa, he really flourished in that role, given the ice time.
All right, Andrew, your top 4 teams.
My top 4 teams for the Eastern Conference?
Yeah.
Well, first I'm going to talk about Chris Johnson just said that it's 2 picks for Lee Stempniak.
Okay, which picks?
It's not declared yet, but
Nah.
I'll go to my top 4 picks. I'm going to say... I'm going to definitely put the Bruins in there. I think that Rask has the ability to change a game. I'm honestly going to put the Red Wings in there as well. I think that this is a year where they have Mrazek playing extremely well, and that they can play off the go fire with off the play of him. I'm going to also go with Washington Capitals because it's really hard not to.
Yeah, it's hard not to.
I've been a fan of theirs for a long time, and I think that this is their year. Oh, I'm going to cut off because we just traded Devontae Smith-Pelly
Oh,
to the New
excellent.
Jersey Devils.
Stefan Matteau.
Oh, come on. Stefan Matteau is just not a very good player. But that goes with what I've been saying this whole time is why we needed Mike Brown.
Can I say something right now? I think
Go for it.
I think we lost the Yuri Sakach trade. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, I miss Yuri Sakach.
Oh, and by the way,
I don't at all.
the picks that were sent to New Jersey for Stempniak were a 2nd and a 4th.
That's pretty
Ouch.
good. Nice return
Well-
for Stempniak.
It's definitely interesting to give Stefan Matteau a chance.
He is a
He
former
is younger.
first rounder.
And a lot of times you notice with his deals, with Bergevand's deal, so that you get younger when you trade a player. So we traded Christian Thomas for Lucas Lessio. We traded a 23, 24-year-old for a 21-year-old or 22-year-old. And so now with this deal too, Devontae Smith-Pelly is turning 24 in June. Now Stefan Matteau is he's already turned 23. Or actually, he's already turned 22 this year, so he's still got potential left in him.
And he is a former first-round pick, I believe. Stefan Matteau, that is.
I'm having trouble
Yeah,
finding
that's
information
exciting.
on him. I keep getting this guy that was born in 1969.
Well, although he was a very late first-round pick, there wasn't much hope for him. Honestly, it looks like he's leaning towards being more of a bust than anything else.
Pretty much.
I mean,
I think at
according to Andrew Berkshire, he's saying that Smith-Pelly was traded to the Devils for the Devils' version of Smith-Pelly being Stefan Matteau.
That's something. He can't be worse because, well, zero value equals zero value. Put simply.
One thing that the Christopher Chatsitolios just posted on Twitter said that Stefan Matteau was sent down by the Devils today, so he can play for the St. John IceCaps if they make the playoffs. That definitely factors into this trade.
But the St. John's IceCaps are not making the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it'd be tight. I don't think they're out, but they're not in a great spot.
Well, from all the negative comments I've heard about their coach,
Yeah, their coach isn't very good.
I mean, I wrote it in one of my articles where I was listing the top 5 candidates to become coaches. I was talking about Lefebvre, how he basically identical style of Michel Therrien,
Except worse, seemingly.
except worse. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about another guy who plays his grinders in offensive roles. When he plays his grinders in the first line, the second line, the power play, and he just misjudges their ice time, and more importantly, doesn't play the players in the right position. Something Michel Therrien does a lot.
Yeah, ideally, you'd want your AHL team to be not only developing player talent but also coaching talent. That does seem to be a bit of a waste by Montreal, that they're not getting somebody in St. John's that has at least some potential to replace Michel Therrien down the line. I like Jeff Blashill did in Detroit after Mike Babcock left.
And this, speaking of players who haven't played at their respective positions, I mean, we look at Montreal now, and we have a bunch of players who aren't in their original positions. When you look at Delarose, who has been playing center of late, but for the most part of his career in Montreal, he was played on the left wing. Brian Flynn is a centerman who doesn't play center. We look at Galchenyuk, the most important one, doesn't play center. Paul Byron is a center. Andrighetto is a center. None of these guys are playing in their position. And then you head down towards the farm team, and I mean, we got Nikita Sherbak, who we drafted as a right winger, and he's playing center. We got Michael McCarron, who was a centerman, and he was shifted to the wing in the AHL, and then back to center. Charles Hudon, left winger, shifted to center. And there's so many players that aren't even with us anymore. And we look back at Louis Leblanc, you look back at Patrick Holland. These are all players that were never played in their respective positions. And the same even applies for Michael Bourneval, who's actually still with the Canadiens organization.
Yes, he still has a concussion.
He still has
doesn't
a concussion. I think he recently got re-injured, and he's another player who was never played in the right position. He was a centerman. I don't think he ever saw a shift of center in Montreal.
Well, I think we have a bit of a logjam at center. given
We
the
do
list
have a
of
very big logjam.
So obviously, there's a bit of a Montreal's a bit of a complex with them acquiring a first-line center because they keep trying to draft them and it keeps not working out. Not that any of those players are bad, but none of them are going to take first-line center from Thomas Plekanec or, David Darnay.
One thing I will say about the Sherbak move to center is that he was interviewed by the Ice Caps Hockey Report, and he looked like he was really enjoying the move to center, and that he felt like his game had improved a lot since he had moved to center. And I agree, honestly, because he's more of a playmaker, and he already has a pretty solid defensive game because he played for Kevin Constantine out in Everett. So I think that him moving to center is actually a really great move for his development, and that he could actually become a top 6 center, and in 5 years we could have Galchenyuk, Sherbak, and McCarron as your top 3 centers, and that's just something that is really exciting as a Habs fan if Sherbak does in fact pan out. That's just my thoughts on it.
I agree with that. You have to hope that he's given the right opportunity in the AHL. And personally, if Sylvain Lefebvre is anything close to Therrien, I don't think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see him get a few games chances, but I don't think we're going to get a season chance over there at center. I think at some point, if he goes maybe a streak of 10 or so games of being cold, he might shift him back to the wing and start messing around with his position the same way it will happen with Galchenyuk over here.
All right, any more trades trickling through? It does not.
Well, we do see the return for the Stempniak trade. It is a 2017 second-round pick, plus a 2016 fourth-round pick for Boston. So they didn't give away all their second, third, fourth, and fifth-round picks this year, but they traded 3 of them. That's pretty bad, just to give away a lot of your picks just for 2 rentals like that when you're still probably not going to win the Cup this year, in my opinion.
There There was a minor league deal announced, but it was by a fake Bob McKenzie account. So if anyone got fooled, the tweet did say Derek Forbert from the LA Kings to Pittsburgh for Oscar Sundqvist. Although a minor league trade, it is important to note that it is fake and it's not true.
I don't know why you would lie about that. You'd think you'd aim something a bit more intriguing. But yeah, okay, faked.
Bob McKenzie.
Yeah, Bob McKenzie.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
Stefan Matteau's dad's name is Stefan. Just posted by the one and only HabsChronicle Twitter account.
The more you know. So
I'm liking this Devontae Smith-Pelly for Matteau deal. I think that Matteau he's actually really strong defensively, from what I remember anyways, and that he could play a fourth line role, and him with McCarron, that could be something where the two of them could try to get something going together if they play with, somebody on the fourth line.
He is younger, so that does help. He scores a tiny bit more. He's a bit more reliable defensively. It's ultimately you took nothing and made it into just a tiny bit of something. Maybe it'll turn into something worth having.
And Stefan Matteau is going to wear the number 21 for the Montreal Canadiens,
Of course he
reported
is.
by the Habs Twitter.
Of course he is.
I don't understand why all the moves he's making are just they're lateral moves. They're not upgrading our team.
Well, I do see Matteau as being a tiny bit of an upgrade on Smith-Pelly. He clearly wasn't working. At the very least, Matteau is something. And even if it's a lateral move, there is, you're rolling the dice that you hit a home run and maybe Matteau turns into like a third liner.
Because, I mean, looking stats-wise, just basic stats, goals, assists, points, plus, minus, Smith-Pelly looks to be a much better player than Matteau.
In terms of rates, Matteau's a bit ahead. Goals per hour, assists per hour, etc. In terms of possession, slightly better, not as much of a train wreck. So, yeah, lateral move with greater potential. They might get lucky.
And honestly, if we end up moving Galchenyuk back to center, which probably should, our left wing depth is pretty weak after Houdon coming up next year. If you count Carr and Andrighetto both as right wingers,
Yeah.
which they most likely are. I mean, Carr can play left wing, but for the most part, he's played right wing in our organization. So Stefan Matteau, who is left-handed, will give us some sort of depth on the left wing.
Yeah, that is important to note. I mean, I suppose we could continue playing either Lars Eller or David Dernay on the left wing. I mean,
Gross.
Logically,
I don't mind it too
logically,
much.
I would put Dernay.
Yeah,
I-
Dernay.
You cannot take Eller away from the center because he's proven that he's very, very effective at center. Dernay played a few shifts. I remember last year he played a few games on the wing.
Yeah, I think
and he was
started,
pretty good.
He started using his shot a lot more, especially
Yeah.
when he's not with Pacioretty, and he has a decent shot. He just never uses it. That's why he never scores.
And that's why I
His
think when he
slap shot
plays
is
with
honestly
Pacioretty,
really accurate.
and that's why I find when he plays with Pacioretty, it brings him down because whenever he's on with him,
He's catering too much
his
to Pacioretty.
goal is, I gotta find Pacioretty. Where's Pacioretty? Where's Pacioretty? He'll have an open net and make some crazy pass to try to give it to Pacioretty. Pacioretty, his goals will come. If you have an open net and you could score a goal, score the goal. And that's why I noticed he had a bit more success when he was playing on that line with Dale Weiss and Thomas Fleischmann. It wasn't all about feeding one specific player.
Well,
They all together.
He has to be his own player. He has to
you have
take
to be
the
your own
shots
player.
himself. Yeah.
Exactly.
One thing to point out is that Marc Bergevin and Stefan Matteau's dad, so Stefan Matteau, were teammates in 1995 and 1996 with the St. Louis Blues, and that's from Michael Ham Fan on Twitter. And so there's that connection there, I guess. So I guess that might have had something to do with it, potentially.
Yeah, maybe
I
a
mean,
bit of a.
Seems like Bergevin goes for players
Nepotism?
that he knows
Yeah, they're
have
going after players they know.
dedication.
No, he
'Cause,
got Dano because he knew him from Chicago.
Yeah, Dano.
And now he's getting Matteau for this reason.
And I really don't know whether or not Dano will be good, but we'll see.
There's another trade that happened. The Buffalo Sabres trade Jamie McGinn to the Anaheim Ducks.
Okay, not
Ooh.
Minnesota Wild. Return?
There is no return
That's
yet.
fancy.
Yet.
There's no return yet. So Jamie McGinn, who was most probably the biggest name, one of the biggest names of the day, which is sad to say, but he was dealt to the Anaheim Ducks.
I'm expecting a third-round pick plus a prospect. I'm honestly not expecting a second-round pick from the Ducks.
I could see a second round pick. I mean, they definitely can't give a sixth, right?
Zing.
I'm honestly shocked at that Peary deal. There must be something to do with character or compete level or something to do with that trade.
It's not in any of the numbers, and everybody seems to hold a high opinion of him. Maybe it's that Florida was acting too desperate and nobody was in the position to buy. Dale Talon panicked. It's hard to know.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see what McGinn returns as we refresh our Twitter extremely quickly just to see what the return is.
The return for McGinn, according to Pierre Lebrun, is a conditional draft pick.
Oh?
It's not I didn't say which one
Well,
exactly.
that doesn't
but
say much.
It just says a conditional pick.
It's probably a third with condition to be a second. That's what I'm predicting, anyways.
The only
Because I think if it's anything less than that, then they would have just kept McGinn and tried to re-sign him.
the one thing I remember with Stéphane Matteau, from what I remember, I think he had like an attitude issue, even him. I think I remember he used to play in the Quebec League with the Armada. I remember he had a thing with Joel Bouchard. Joel Bouchard, who's the owner of the team. They had a bit of a. I think he was coach. He was still coaching the team at that point, Bouchard, and then he moved up. And I think they had a bit of a fight or something. Ended up getting healthy scratched, and apparently he quit the team. He quit the team and he went home.
Wow.
So I don't see Smith Pelly doing something like that. So from what I remember hearing, the attitude was a problem also in New Jersey. So
Maybe that explains why,
and that explains why he never had the chance.
and why we can get him for Smith Pelly, who's worth a bit less.
Honestly, yeah. The thing about Bergevin is that he takes things that are already kind of developed a little bit further for a player that has a little bit more of a chance to become something greater. He takes those big risks sort of idea where he selects someone like Martin Ruai or someone like Daniel Audette, who in later rounds, just for example, where they're probably not going to become something in the AHL, but if they do, they're going to be really good, sort of idea.
Yeah, it's swing for the fences type player.
So you were right about Jamie McGinn. The pick is a third-round pick. I don't know what the condition is, but the condition makes it so it could become a second.
Not a bad pick. Not a bad trade.
Looks
I
like
don't think.
Devonta Smith-Pelly was crying when he was talking to the media, so that's kind of sad.
Oh, poor guy.
Well, considering New Jersey Devils haven't really contended in a long while, I might be in tears as well.
But he had to see himself as on the way out.
Yeah,
Well,
he did.
I'm pretty sure he knew the second they claimed Mike Brown. He knew that.
Yeah,
was
okay,
done.
now the
Exactly.
Mike Brown absolutely makes sense. Confirmed that it's because they were moving Smith Pelly.
I'm just really surprised that there was no paperwork sent to have Lesio sent down to the AHL so that he could play in the playoffs. But, I mean, I guess Stéphane Matteau could be that left winger we need in the AHL if we absolutely need him to be, right?
Yeah.
I think that's where I'd
So-
leave him. I really don't see
Yeah.
him having any kind of future here in Montreal.
Well,
But he is-
we'll have to see for sure.
But he will play, it looks like. Not tonight, but he will play.
That's true. And he was never given a chance in the NHL level. He was always sat by the organization. I mean, what organization sits a former first round pick repeatedly during the regular season just to trade them away? That sounds something crazy. Wouldn't you agree?
Sounds like
can't-
something Taria would do.
I'm being highly sarcastic because we did that for Tenorti.
Okay, thank you. Because I
Yeah.
couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I swear that's happened before.
Yeah, I probably just didn't lay on the sarcasm
Nah.
thinking of.
But that's incredible. I still can't get over that with Tenorti, how they just never played him, and they just waited and waited and waited until his value just
'Cause
died.
His value couldn't have been worse if you played him. If you play him and he sucks, you trade him for a guy like Bartley and it's fine. He doesn't turn out, his play isn't very good. But if you sit him, that's even worse because it shows you have no confidence in him, and other teams aren't going to want to buy an uncertain product.
Exactly.
It's not very good asset management is what it comes down to. And I don't even think Bartley's as good a defenseman as Tenorti is right now.
I disagree, but at this point, it's all semantics. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, Bartley's not going to turn into much of anything either.
Neither. Yeah, Tenorti's been sitting in Arizona when Arizona has like 8 other defensemen that are playing over top of Tenorti.
I would have liked them to land Stefan Elliott instead in that trade, the three-way deal, because Elliott was tearing it up in the AHL offensively.
And
Same.
he did have decent stats in the NHL, too.
Yeah. He could have been interesting, maybe something could have come of that. But instead we get Victor Bartley. Completely disinteresting. Oh well.
One thing New Jersey Devil fan has said about Stefan Matteau is that he has a really good shot. So maybe that's something we can use to our that'll help us out later on, because we don't really have anyone right now who's actually has a really nice shot
But like you said,
for the most
Smith
part.
Pelly
I mean,
had the
Pacioretty,
shot,
of
too.
course, but at the same time, he couldn't get it off. So maybe Stefan Matteau is actually able to get it off. He just hasn't really had a chance to prove himself yet.
That's a long shot at best, but it might come through.
I mean, it's a long shot. We need to be willing to take, of course, though, right?
Oh, obviously. He's better than Smith Pelly, and I don't like Smith Pelly.
Like, I'm a Smith Pelly fan, but I think that this was a good deal for us, for sure. Because
Definitely.
Stefan Matteau is 6'2", 220 pounds. He's not a small kid, for sure. And he's had pretty unlucky shooting percentage so far in his career. This season, he's only shooting 4.5%, and that's really low. So maybe just a shift in system or something like that will help him out and maybe actually be productive.
No, it's good. If his shooting percentage is that low, it means that Marc Bergevin bought low on an asset. He'll only become more valuable in all likelihood.
One thing that still intrigues me is that Montreal Canadiens have not said they're finished.
But we
But,
are
I mean-
53 minutes past the deadline now.
Yeah.
That's very true, but there are still deals coming in, right? And so the trade calls, if obviously they're going to be processing them, and so I mean, if they've still processed the McGinn deal up until like 5 minutes ago, so maybe they're still processing something else. You never know. We'll have to see for sure. Anyways, it was a pretty uneventful trade deadline, to say the least. At least there was a couple interesting deals to end out the day.
Honestly, it was disappointing. I expected much more, but I didn't expect too much because I already knew the bulk of the big names already were gone. Andrew Ladd, Eric Stahl. They were gone already. Justin Schultz.
Usually Canada Day's free agency day, more specifically, is a bit more interesting because you do have more GMs. Not only do you have the contending GMs making big moves, but it's every team in the league that has an opportunity to make a big move or, my favorite, just a huge mistake. Like Clarkson-esque mistake. They happen every year. I always look forward to it.
So, Andrew,
Yes.
thanks for coming on today.
Great having
thank
you on.
you
Thank
for
you
having
for
me.
all of
It
your
was really
inputs.
great having you.
It was a pleasure of mine. I enjoyed being on the show.
So to recap, basically what happened today, nothing massive, but there was some trades. Sergei Plotnikov went from Pittsburgh to Arizona. Mikhail Botker went to Colorado for Alex Tanguay and 2 prospects. Dallas acquired Chris Russell from Calgary in exchange for Jyrki Jokipaka, a prospect, and a pick. The Colorado Avalanche also acquired Eric Jelena from the New Jersey Devils in exchange for a 3rd-round pick. Very questionable trade. The Anaheim Ducks acquired Brandon Peary from the Florida Panthers for a 6th-round pick. Boston acquired John Michael Lyles and Lee Stempniak from the Hurricanes and Devils, respectively, for draft picks and a prospect. And the Montreal Canadiens, along with acquiring Mike Brown off waivers, traded Devontae Smith-Pelly to the New Jersey Devils in exchange for Stéphane Matteau. And right after the 3 o'clock deadline, there was one that leaked by. Jamie McGinn went from the Buffalo Sabres to the Anaheim Ducks in exchange for a 3rd-round pick. Conditional 3rd-round pick, could become a 2nd. So today was our first broadcast for HabsChronicle, our first live broadcast. We hope everyone enjoyed it.
Yeah, 5-hour broadcast, pretty ambitious.
Pretty ambitious for 2 people. We're lucky enough to have a 3rd person in for the last hour or so. But we really enjoyed it, and you can guarantee we're going to do something similar on free agency day.
Yeah.
Also known as Canada Day.
Mm-hmm.
And we thank you very much, and we hope you stay supportive and you go on HabsChronicle.com. We have articles every day. We have news. We have information. We have everything you need to be a Habs fan and a hockey fan.
That's great. And we'd like to thank our producer, Jude, for his help throughout this entire thing. Couldn't do it without him. Yeah, he gave a wave. There you go. All right. So we thank you very much for watching. That is all. Sorry it was such an underwhelming day, but glad we got to spend it with you. And until next time.